Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to Honorable Deputy Minister, the DG, the team from the SA Broadcasting Corporation. I also see we've got colleagues from the SIU and I possibly from the AG. I can't see at the back. And also welcome to the Parliament staff that support the committee. Today is the outcome of two presentations we've received. One is the audit outcomes for the previous financial year, which we got from the Auditor General's office. We also got an update from the Special Investigating Unit. So I am going to give you, Honorable Deputy Minister and the SABC team, a chance to introduce everyone who's going to participate in the proceedings. And then after that, I will set out how I would like our proceedings to run today, so that we can use our time as efficiently as possible. So over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, all other colleagues in attendance.
Sorry, may I interrupt you, Honorable Deputy Minister? I forgot something. It's my fault, not yours. The Minister had been invited to be here. He sent his apologies. It's Cabinet Day today. So he is in Cabinet. We did not want to postpone the proceedings to a much later time. It was going to mess with our program. So the Deputy Minister is here. So thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Sometimes it's always nice when it is the Deputy Minister who extends the apology of the Minister. Yeah. To send a message that in the department we are fine. So thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and all other colleagues in attendance. I don't want to waste your time in terms of introduction, but maybe we should start there. That's the opportunity you are giving us now. And I'll ask DG to lead the issue of introduction.
Good morning to Honorable Chair, Honorable members. My name is Nongqubela Jordan Gyani. I am the Director General at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. I would like to now hand over to the Deputy Chairperson of the SABC and the Group CE to do the introductions on behalf of the SABC team. Just to indicate quickly from the department, we are joined by the team responsible for SOC oversight. We have Ms. Rinilwe Molokmoko. Please just raise your hand. Thank you. We have Ms. Precious Tsulu. We have Mr. Colin Mashile. And we also have then the support team from the Office of the Deputy Minister and my office. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Office of SCOPA, Deputy Minister, DG. My name is Nomvuyi Sopaji. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the SABC. First, I must start by saying that our Chairperson was supposed to be here, but he took ill suddenly yesterday and had to go to the doctor. So he sincerely extends his apologies. I am joined here at this meeting. The board has delegated 2 board members, 3 including myself. I am joined by DK Mohuba, who is the HR and Remuneration Committee Chairperson. And next to him is Ms. Patuswa Makopeni, who is the Audit and Risk Chairperson of the board. And then the CEO is the one who's leading executive, Ms. Nomsa Chabedi. She's the one who's going to go through the presentation in detail. She's accompanied by her CEO. I'm sure Ms. Chabedi is going to speak. Mr. DK is here, Mohuba. Patiswa is this one. Next to Patiswa, it's Mr. Lungile Binza, which was the COO. And then we have the CFO next to him, Utandai. Then there are various experts as well that have come with us, such as your supply chain executive, she is here, as well as people from the legal department insofar as SIU. So I'll leave it to you, Chair, that the CEO will, if you allowing, can take this committee through the presentation. With your permission, I thank you.
No, thank you very much. So we'll get to that. So I just want to be certain that this presentation is the same one that you that you finished the committee with, which is about 75 pages long. Okay, so we will not have time to go through it. The members have had opportunity to go through the presentation. If I recollect it precisely, the part that deals with the audit outcomes and the SIU starts on slide 48. However, I also understand that context may be important. So one of the issues canvassed in the committee when the Auditor General was here was the financial health and viability of the SABC. So I know that that portion occurs before slide 48, which deals with the audit outcomes. So please have regard for that and provide context in that sense. There is also a portion about strategies, so skip the bit about the history and the development of the media and that kind of thing. So please do that. We've kind of had a look at that. We can talk about it when we get to questions if it becomes relevant. However, to the extent that some of it may be relevant to the financial viability issues, so please deal with it. So I'm not going to tell you which slides to deal with precisely. We normally have a max of 25 slides that are allowed in the committee. So 3 times over will take us to 1 o'clock before we ask any questions. And what I'd like us to do is to be able to start asking questions around 10:45, which would be, it's 9:10 now. So that would give us more than enough time. I think it would be about 40 minutes. Which should be sufficient time, and then we can go through. So, give the context as you wish. Touch on the financial viability issues and what your thoughts are, because it was canvassed in the committee, and then deal with the audit outcomes and the SIU report, and then we can get to questions thereafter. Thank you very much. Over to you. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and I've heard you properly as you stated the rules of the day. But maybe without waste of time, taking into account how strict you are now on that time, I thought it's important to say we're here today to present, as required by SCOPA, an entity who, in my view, has gone far better than what it used to be since the new board took over. They have actually stabilized SABC. Usually they say it's a decline, stability, and then up. I think they have stabilized. They are struggling to go up. And I'm very proud of that, because out of disclaimer to unqualified, out of going concern, without change in terms of funding. And I'm sure, Chair, you've not heard a lot about SABC since this board took over. They have actually demonstrated their awareness about the importance of the capacity of the institution. Thus, their intervention has been spent a lot trying to sort out the capacity and so on. Of course, it's a board that can only optimize the resources at their disposal, but they would not be able to close the gap of the resources which they do not have. And they will demonstrate that they have done that, and their strategy would actually have shown that in spite of the difficulties, they have been able to deal with a lot of liabilities in spite of the financial situation. I don't want to waste time. I want them to do presentation. They will demonstrate that. Indeed, this is the point I thought I want to make, that in spite, historically, this country has actually opened up the broadcasting environment. We are confronted with a challenge of having not made a fit broadcasting corporation to deal with that environment. And they will make a statement about it. Because you've read, and let's allow the DG and the sooner the CEO take over and whoever presents to fall in line with quota. Is it 10 to 10? 10. Thank you. DG.
Thank you very much, DM. And Chair, I was here last week, so I know that you want to get to the crust of it. But maybe just from our side, just a brief high level. as the department obviously conducting oversight of the broadcaster, we've noted our main concern is obviously the financial management, governance, as well as operational efficiency. Now, let me firstly indicate that we have employed in terms of addressing the issues of irregular expenditure and consequence management. I think the SABC has improved with regards to that. Not at the speed ideal, but there has been some consequence management, and I think the Group CE is going to take us through that. And then obviously handling of the material irregularities. I think the improvement with regards to the audit outcome from the previous years is also reflective of the positive strides. The SABC has implemented a robust system in terms of identifying, allocating, as well as accounting for the irregular expenditure, as well as then the consequence management. Just want to highlight that one of the challenges that we've also picked up and we try to address over the years, but I want to place it on the hands of SCOPA, especially as we move towards this new financial year, enter the new financial year, has been the constraints with regards to the PFMA. As a broadcaster, they obviously have both the public mandate, but also they play in the commercial space. They are quite restricted when it then comes to, from a PFMA perspective, in as far as how they can be more competitive. We would love to actually see a more ideal financial structure that enables the broadcaster still to be accountable, but not to have as restrictive clauses as contained within the PFMA. Without then further delays, I would like to then hand over to the Deputy Chairperson and the Group CE. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before you begin, so what we'll do is go through the presentation, and then the first segment, when you're done, we'll just get more clarity on this PFMA versus commercial growth issue, so that we can get an understanding of what you're talking about, and then we'll go to questions. Sure, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I won't say much. I think the DM and the DG has said a lot, and I will want to hand over to the CEO to start with the business of today. CEO, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Good morning to yourselves, the Chair of SCOPA, and the members, to the DM and DG, my board members and my fellow colleagues. Chair, I've heard your directive, so I'll skip quite a lot of slides because I'm taking it as read. But what I'll do is that I'll just place special emphasis on key issues that I think are very important to be ventilated here today, but they're also in response to the letter that we received in which we crafted our response. We are very clear about the purpose of today, and these are really the focus areas. Yes, the presentation gets into the detail, but I won't do that this morning. But I think what was important, it was for us really to demonstrate that as the SABC, we have taken cognizance of the challenges that we face and how we've attempted to from a commercial perspective, we compete on audiences. That's really what it's about. We go out to the market to sell audiences. And the minute we start losing those audiences, it means that from an SABC perspective, our value will immediately drop. And what has this created is an uncertainty in the market share. Because advertisers are saying to us, look, Nomsa, I love your audiences, I see yours. We actually reach more than 26 million South Africans on a daily basis if we look at the SABC ecosystem. But they're saying to us, but I'm not sure if in 6 months what I'm buying today, because what we do, we forward sell. We don't sell on a monthly basis. We sell for a 12-month period. You know, what we call bulk deals. So we sell the bulk deal, but at the moment, advertisers are saying, I'm very wary of entering into a bulk deal based on today's audience, because I'm not sure that in September you're still going to have the same number that you've just sold me. So that has also impacted, and our CFO will talk to it, has impacted our liquidity, simply because this is the majority of how we sell our inventory. We sell it on bulk. We don't sell it on a month-to-month basis, because advertisers themselves plan in the long term. So the analog switch-off implications and the analog switch-off issue, Chair, are critical for the sustainability of the SABC, because they speak directly to the bulk of the revenue that the SABC actually derives its sustainability. What's also important is that I need to state that at the end of the day, in fact, the people who actually pay the price for the analog switch-off are not the people sitting in this room. We already have moved on. If you think about it, we migrated, we already went to set-top boxes long ago. We've got, those things in our houses. We also have access to Wi-Fi, so we are able to actually stream. We watch wherever, whenever we watch. But the reality is that if you look at South Africa's structural makeup, is that the reality is that the chronically and transient poor are the ones who rely on free-to-air TV for information, for education, for entertainment. And they're the ones actually who virtually have no choice to access that information. And therefore, if this analog switch-off would take place, they'd be left in a vacuum. And they will not have alternatives. And unfortunately, the alternative is dire, Chair, because the alternative then talks about misinformation and disinformation, because then they will have to go to platforms that don't necessarily have the rigor that the SABC has from an editorial perspective to actually get that information and education. So this is a very critical point that is at the moment that is facing the SABC. And I'm just going to skip, because I know you've seen all of this in terms of strategic programs. I'm going to get into just the performance, which is very critical. What we are saying, Chair, is that even though the SABC is facing financial constraints, which are hampered by what I've just described, I think what's important is that our overall appeal remains very strong. We're still the biggest when it comes to reach in South Africa. We are unparalleled. With our 19 radio stations, we are the only ones who offer content in every language in this country, which is very critical. From a news perspective, we still have the biggest newsroom on the African continent, and it caters for South Africans for all walks of life in the languages of their choice. There is no other media house that is able to do what we do as the SABC. So despite all of that, we've managed to maintain that. Even from a general entertainment perspective, if you look at the top 10 performing content, the majority of it actually comes from us. The top 3 is SABC content, despite the fact that we've been unable to invest in fresh new content in the last couple of years, because content is the biggest cost when it comes to the industry that we are in. But I think what's important is the fact that despite the significant shifts that we've seen from linear TV, which I think we are all aware of, to OTT platforms, is that we are still very relevant in South African lives. When it comes as well, I was talking now about general entertainment. If you look at this in terms of just the performance, news is we still have the #1 spot. Television, we still actually own 17.9 million of adult South Africans who tune in on a daily basis to watch us. And I think what's important as well, if you look at sport of national interest, we've been able to deliver that from an SABC perspective. Chair, sports is a very expensive exercise. We do understand that as SABC we must deliver the sport, but to acquire those rights, it is probably one of the most expensive content acquisition activities for any broadcaster in the world. it's critical for us to say that, and it's funded straight out of our commercial activities. So even though ICASA can list to say these are the spots of national interest and SABC must actually have that on their television screens, the reality is that they must be bought. And we compete for those rights because the rights holders have to make money out of the sale of those rights in order to stay sustainable. So despite that competition, from an SABC perspective, we've really stayed the course in terms of that. So if you look at our performance, is that despite this pressure, revenues on a year comparison in terms of end of year 2024 have improved from an SABC perspective. We spoke about the outcome of the audit that took place last year, which really has progressed the SABC. We continue to monitor expenditure very closely, and we are really minimizing operational costs. But the reality, Chair, is that at some point, we talk about tightening the belt. At some point, there's no more loops to tighten the belt, because at that point, you start then, looking at a downward trajectory. Yeah. It genuinely happens like that. So financially, if you look at it, we've really improved in terms of our predetermined objectives. Our content and platforms in 2023 were sitting at 40%. In 60%, we looked at, in 24, we looked at a 60% rate, so an upward trajectory. Our digital platforms, in terms of our objectives, we moved from 14% to 29%. Our overall annual targets, what you're seeing is an upward trajectory. In 2023, we set it at 32% achievement rate. We went into 24 with 52% share. That's a massive 20% growth across those different. From a governance perspective, it stayed consistent, which is at 50%. And then from a human resources perspective as well, it stayed consistent. I'm not going to get into the detail of this because I want the CFO to come in and just talk to some of the key issues. But I think what's important, Chair, is that you're seeing the gains that the organization is making. Despite the challenges that we are facing, we've managed to be able to use certain levers to stay competitive and to be able to really stay true to our mandate, but also stay true to ensuring the financial sustainability, the governance that is very, very critical, and we are here to discuss today in terms of ensuring that we meet those targets and we commit. We have committed towards strengthening our internal controls, and I think that is evidence. Even when the Auditor General was here last week, they did speak to the fact that they are seeing that improvement from an SABC perspective. I'm going to skip the other slides, and I'm going to ask our acting CFO, through you, Deputy Chair, to come in just to take us through the financial management. He's going to talk through the audit outcomes, the IFWE, which is the expenditure side, the analysis of our audit findings, and then we've also got our legal head who is coming through to just, at a high level, just talk through in terms of where we are with the SIU investigations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm here to just add to what the CEO has given as the context to the performance of the SABC. What one would appreciate is that, especially over the last 3 financial periods, our performance has improved. In the 2024 financial period, we managed to reduce our losses from around 750 million to just under 200 million. And coupled with that financial improvement was the improvement in the audit outcomes, where we obtained our first unqualified audit in over a decade. And that's a testament to not only the financial governance, but the underlying financial controls that the entity has employed. And you'd also appreciate that for an entity that has operations in every province and operates from multiple locations, to have controls that are improving year on year is a testament of the hard work that the team is putting into place. The way issues are ever raised around the risk or the persistent risk around our going concern, which has not yet been fully addressed, and we are aware that there is still some work to be done on that. And part of the issues or the mitigations that we intend or propose will be covered in the later slides and on our way forward. But just to re-emphasize that the issues around ASO, the issues around the funding bill, making it difficult for our advertisers to commit to long-term commitment contracts, does put us in a perpetual position where we are funding long-term capex out of OPEX, and therefore our financial position is always under stress. If you move to the details of the actual audit findings, year on year we have demonstrated commitment to resolving our audit findings, and as at the reporting date, we were at close to 92%, but by the time that we submit our financials for audit, we are confident that all the audit matters would have been addressed. And in addition, we are also confident of our ability to maintain and continue with unqualified audit outcomes. On our fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there has been significant reductions and consistent over time. In the last year, the significant increase that you might note is purely from the interest that accrued on our signal and distribution account with Centec, driven by our inability to settle that account on time. However, through engagements with both National Treasury and the department, we have concluded that the accounting or the recognition of that as a fruitless and wasteful expenditure going forward, it will not be classified as such, because it is expenditure out of liquidity management, not from reckless trading. So if you then look at and take that out of the consideration of the disclosures, you see that there's a consistent decline in the fruitless and wasteful expenditures incurred. The same theme also for our irregular expenditure, Chair, and it's also the testament to the audit outcomes that we have seen and that have improved over time. From what was around 200 million in 2020 to just under or just around 10 million in 2025 yet to be audited. And of that 10 million, the majority is of historical contracts. So not only is there a reduction in both incurrence, there's improvement in management of irregular expenditure. We have worked very hard over the years to address consequence management. I know there has been a concern both from the department and the AG that the progress has not been as speedy as they would want to, but it has been a matter of us being diligent and taking our time to make sure that there is due process and care applied in that process. And as we are sitting here, I'm happy to report that we have engaged with the bulk of all historical matters going as far back as 2018 with the National Treasury. So it's something that is receiving attention, and we are nearing the end of the resolution of those matters. So in the next audit cycle, the issue around consequence management, even though it has been delayed, would have significantly improved and have a positive and improved outcome. The rest of the slides, Chair, talk to the details around the management of irregular, and I would just spend a bit more time on the conclusion of material irregularities. First, to bring into context that if you look at the two items that the AG did raise as material irregularities, they were right at the beginning of the application of that framework. Those two matters have been satisfactorily resolved and have been audited and confirmed as such by the AG that they have been resolved. And as management, we are happy with the actions that we have taken. But most importantly, there has been no new incurrence of material irregularities, again, to just show and indicate the theme of improved governance, internal controls within the organization. The rest of the detail, Chair, on irregular and fruitless expenditure, I'll take it as read.
Through you, Chair, then we will then get into the detail of that during the Q&A. We will now move in terms of the SIU matters. Tony?
Thank you, GCO. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. I'll also take it as read and skip the introduction in the interest of time. We have categorized these matters in terms of themes. The first one is contractual matters reviewed and set aside by a court of law. The first one is Lorna Vision. The court has ordered this company to repay an amount of 62 million rand back to the SABC. The matter is still ongoing because when we tried to recover from this company, we discovered that they've changed the address. We have also instituted a process to go against the directors of that company because this company gained from an unlawful contract. The next matter is Infonomics. This company has also been ordered by the Court of Law to repay an amount of 4.5 million rand, which they benefited from an unlawful contract. The next matter is Asante Sana, also ordered to pay back an amount of 19.9 million rand. The matter is still ongoing, and there are also proceedings there against some of the directors. The Morton MacDonald matter, the court ordered that Morton MacDonald must repay a just and equitable amount, and that amount was settled between the parties at an amount of 1.2 million rand. Jaheli versus SABC and Mafuko. Mafuko ordered to declare profits. The latter has appealed the matter, and the matter is still ongoing. Sekela Klabiso, the court did not rule in favor of the SABC. The merits of each case are different and decided on that basis. The SABC has engaged, if you were to go back to that slide, GCO, the SABC has, however, saved an amount of 6% from that matter because the parties engaged, and the matter was settled where the SABC saved about 6% instead of paying 100%. On the SIU versus Rapella, the recovery of amounts. So on this one, we're talking about some of the matters that are still ongoing and some of the matters where the SABC has recovered some of the funds. On the SIU versus Rapella, the recovery of amounts from Rapella due to her approval of Sekela Klabiso, Infonomics, Mutwening as personal legal fees. All of these matters were unlawful, and the cancellation of payee owed to SARS, which resulted in the SABC being penalized by SARS. This matter is still ongoing against Ms. Rapella. The next matter, the matter of George Hlaudi Motweneng and the public protector. Recovery of tax costs in the sum of 1.2 million rand in favor of the SIU and SABC. That's what we got there. Mutwening paid a lump sum of 200,000 rand, and the balance is being paid in monthly installments of 50,000 rand. The next matter, SIU versus Magube, the former chairperson of the board during the Hlaudi era. Recovery of amounts from Chizumba, Magube, and Rapella for the success fee of 11 million payment made to Mutwening. These proceedings are being pursued against those former board members. Another matter, SIU versus Mutwening on the legends stroke artists matter. A decision to approve payment to various South African artists was reviewed and set aside. The court ruled that the SABC's right to claim from the artists has prescribed. The SIU appealed, and the court ruled that prescription on a debt arising from an unlawful administrative act can only start running from the unlawful transaction which has been set aside. However, the SIU advised that the SABC, the SIU advised the SABC that the cost-benefit analysis does not warrant the SABC pursuing these claims against each legendary artist. But the biggest gain on this matter is the fact that the court has laid a principle which was not there before, to say prescription does not run on an unlawful transaction. It will only start to run after the transaction has been declared unlawful and set aside. The next matter, SIU versus SABC Pension Fund and Mutweneng. The Governance and Ethics Committee's decision to award Mutweneng's success fee was reviewed and set aside. Mutweneng's appeal to the SCA and Concord was dismissed with costs. An amount of 6.4 million rand has been recovered from Mutweneng's pension fund. However, an amount of 5.4 million is still outstanding. We are dealing with a warrant of execution. The next matter, SIU, SABC, TNA Media. The SABC made an application to have a core partnership between TNA and SABC declared unlawful, and to have the contract reviewed and set aside. A joint application for directors of the TNA is being pursued. So there are certain matters where we have not yet received reports from the SIU. These matters include Lezav Consulting, Foxton Communication, a multi-choice contract regarding the sale of SABC archives. We also have a number of matters that are being consolidated because they are relevant. Firstly, we have the Kweyama and others, and the SIU review, Mujaeli matter, and SABC interim board application to set aside SIU report on appointment of Mafuko have been consolidated into one matter. The next matters that have been consolidated are K. Moodley and others, and the SIU. Application to pierce the corporate veil and hold Lorna Vision directors personally liable for SABC losses incurred on the Lorna Vision contract is underway. This is the matter that I mentioned earlier on at the beginning of this presentation, to say on some of these matters, the SABC and the SIU are pursuing the directors of these companies. I think that's the end. Thank you, GCO.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. That is the end of the presentation from the SABC. At this point, we hand over to yourself for engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have a lot of time to refer to different slides you may not have been able to canvass in detail. It's just that tends to happen 2 or 3 times. And when you've already gone through them, we just never make the time at all. So thank you very much. I think you did remarkably well to still stay within the time. I want to deal with the issue of the Public Finance Management Act and what you say are constraints, commercial constraints that it triggers, so that we can develop an understanding of. So do 2 things. One, explain, and the SABC team may assist as well. Explain what about the PFMA is a constraint. If you could make use of an example or 2, that would be very useful. And then, because we've got the Deputy Minister here, we can then also have the conversation about, what, if anything, is or can be done about it. But what I wouldn't like us to have is breaches later on, as you go, that mean you have to come back here under very difficult circumstances, because the Auditor General would also have been unhappy with you, and then we also become unhappy with you. So if we can just canvass that issue quickly, because I need us to get an understanding thereof.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just for context, for us, the first point insofar as the PFMA at a particular point in time when we joined the board was the issue of supply chain management insofar as procuring of content, right? Wherein in this environment that we operate in, there are people that would give us bids, unsolicited bids for content, but the time it would take for us to approve such, we lose the value of that content. So I must comment and say, at that point, there was initiative by the ministry and the DG and allowed the SABC a grace with National Treasury to say for purposes of, you can be given grace as to how you apply the supply chain management processes. But I know over and above that, there are still hindrances that makes it difficult for the SABC to work with agility and speed, especially in the markets of especially content procurement, because people, if you think of the content that the SABC, let's say, shows or on TV, the things that they would like to do, people would move to other platforms because it takes us that long to approve. So I'll ask the CEO and her team, because we have Ms. Punzile, that will go into detail as to how, which hindrances that we do have and how we try to overcome those. CEO?
DC, I think you've touched upon it. Content is one of them, and then I'll ask Tommy to just come in to talk about one of the key things that we are currently doing is looking at partnerships with outside selling houses. So from an SABC perspective, we have a lot of inventory that we sit with, for example, that we have to take to market. So, and there are some limitations in terms of the current prescripts in which we operate, and I'll ask our legal team to come into it. But I'm going to hand over to our head of SCM just to talk more in terms of the constraints that we face, and also I think talk about the current indulgences that we've received from a content acquisition perspective, because we do have one at the moment.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think has already been touched. As an organization, we have a very complex way of just doing business, and because, as it has been mentioned, we are mostly a commercial environment, and we compete in a highly competitive environment. So there are certain constraints that we have been experiencing when it comes to the normal PFMA regulations, when it comes to our procurement activities and the regulations that govern that. We have subsequently received some concessions from the National Treasury, but it is not very broad-based for our environment. And we are looking into requesting a broader exemption from the National Treasury to allow us to exercise our rights in terms of procurement outside of the governing structures, to become a bit more agile and a bit more competitive in the environment. You look at things like, having to go out to public, for example, on even very competitive side things of we want to hide probably certain IPs for us to get the best-in-class responses from the market. And the PFMA, as it stands right now, it will compel us to be open on even transactions that we would want to be hidden from some public for us to get the best-in-class responses from the public. But we are currently busy with that exemption motivation as an organization to request for a broader concessions from the PFMA regulation as it stands. In terms of some of the points that has been made, that I would ask legal that they come in on that particular element that we're looking at that is constraining us even from the sales point of view. So you might find there's a sales transactions that we want to buy. It is infused. There's a procurement issue to it, but it has a sales element to it. That currently it is a gap that the PFMA does not give us concessions on that and give us agility. So I'll ask Tony Tommy to give us a practical example so that at least the committee has an idea of some of the constraints we have when it comes to selling and getting the revenue that we are really driving for. Over to you, Tommy, and then I'll come in if there's any need for me. Thanks.
So, sorry, can I, before Tommy comes, so what I'm worried about is that everything that all of you have just said, if you are not in the broadcast environment, we really have no idea what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
So please start again, all of you.
Okay.
And the reason I said, please make an example is because I want us to understand the nature of the problem in practice. Leave the jargon, please,
Okay.
all of you.
Thank you, Chair. And that's why I'm saying Tommy maybe can give a practical example.
No, I need someone to describe the problem. So
Okay.
I need someone to describe the problem and its effect. I think I have a sense, and I was a journalist, and I'm also struggling. So I need you to explain to the committee what about procurement and the PFMA's rules, because there are two sides to it you're explaining. There's a procurement, there's also the sales issue, okay? Start with the procurement. What is the constraint? Give us an example. You don't need to name the entities, but say, last year, we wanted to do the following. This is what we had to do. In terms of how the market works, this is how everybody else who does not fall under the PFMA is able to do. They're able to do it faster. They're able to get better quality. It's cheaper. Whatever the case is, please do that. Leave the jargon.
Okay. All right. You should.
All right, thank you, Chair. Just to get straight to the point, the challenge is when we try to procure a service for the sale of SABC inventory. The challenges emanate from...
What is SABC inventory?
SABC advertising...
Please, simple language.
Yeah, thank you. SABC advertising airtime is known as inventory. So the challenge, by way of example, if there are matters that I'll be free to talk about because they were before the court of law and thus they are public knowledge. If the SABC is approached by an organization like Prime Media, and Prime Media says, SABC, we can see you are struggling to sell your airtime. We have exclusive clients that can buy airtime from you. Can you mandate us or appoint us to go and sell this airtime on your behalf? The challenge then becomes, is that not a procurement of service? If the answer is yes, then Section 217 of the Constitution kicks in. It comes with those 5 principles to say, when an organ of state or a state-owned company wishes to procure goods or services, it must do it through a process that is transparent, efficient, and so forth, right? So when the SABC tries to compete in the market, the SABC finds...
Can I ask you to start a bit earlier? So I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
And you are also starting it a little bit late. So let me try, and if I'm wrong, please switch off your mic. So if I'm wrong, please explain it to me. So there are agents, alternately commercial entities, which have exclusive rights with commercial entities that would buy advertising space on SABC. Would that be correct?
That would be correct.
That would be correct.
Yes.
So in other words, company A, a big retail company A, has an exclusive agreement with the agent as a middle person, right? That agent basically can work with those clients in order to secure you potential advertising revenue from those.
That's correct.
That would be correct.
Yes.
Now, the PFMA says you can't simply say to those guys, sure, go and get me that advertising revenue. You have to put out a tender for people who don't have these exclusive agreements with those entities, which means they're not going to get it in any case. And you then, first of all, there is a process of tendering, which takes its own time and adjudication. The second is you then end up with an entity that does not have these exclusive arrangements in any event. Let's say, and I'm not saying this company, let's say a ShopRite group, which is massive across the estate, right? Radio, television, etc. So if you can't get inside that environment, then you've got a problem, because you've now potentially lost the revenue, both in terms of the time you couldn't enter into an agreement because of your procurement, and secondly, you just may not be able to eventually get the opportunity in any case. Is that what you are describing here?
That's what I'm describing.
Sorry, that's what you're describing.
Yes.
Okay, that's one example. Okay, carry on.
Yes. So, and in that regard, your first challenge is the law, Section 217 of the Constitution and the PFMA, right? The second challenge is the other interested parties who may challenge your transaction. If you go ahead and conclude such a transaction with an organization like Prime Media, in the example that I gave you, you would have other interested parties like Kagiso Media who would launch an agent application to interdict that transaction, and they will take you to court for that matter. You are then unable to go ahead and conclude those kind of transactions.
Okay, can I then ask you to describe the same problem from the client side? I don't want to do it myself because I've been a client, so in my professional life. Can you describe the same? Because at least in my experience is that the entity itself will not do the buying on its own. So in other words, the advertiser will not do the buying on its own. It will hire an agent to do it on its behalf. So the SABC or whoever, or MultiChoice, never really get to, well, never is a big word, but in the normal course, they speak to the agent who does the work on behalf of the commercial entity. Would that be correct?
That would be correct. And
right. So how do these two intersect for you?
So you see, even the advertiser would be relying on the expertise of this media agency. The media agency will be saying to the advertiser, there is, this number of audiences at the SABC. Your product, if it were to get exposure to these numbers, you will get value for money. You will get mileage, right? And these advertisers rely on the advice of their media agencies. Hence, they appoint them to give them advice and also, spread the portfolio across all multimedia platforms.
Okay, so I need you to finally resolve one thing because I need to get back to the court case, right?
Okay, all right.
Which is the kind of thing that ends up with the committee. So,
yes.
Is it that a media buying agency acting on behalf of a bank would also draw fees from the SABC? In other words, would they double dip?
Not necessarily. In the past, it was like that, but things changed around 2018. The acting CFO has got more knowledge on that. But the agency would only draw the commission from the advertiser, not from the SABC. Because here, in that scenario, you are talking about the agency that is proactively approaching the SABC. The scenario that we are talking about is the SABC identifying media agencies that have a portfolio of good clients that may be brought to the SABC by that media agency.
Okay, I see. So, CEO?
If I can come in as well, Chair. So what has happened is that there's the traditional model, which is what you're referencing, where traditionally an advertising agency X would have this number of clients, they develop the media strategy for them, they do the buying for them and the execution for them, meaning they make sure that the stuff goes on whatever advertising platform that they're buying. And then the commissions then are structured with the client, to Tommy's point, where there's an agreement between agency X and client A that this is how much we pay you, either it's a retainer per month or it's a percentage of spend. So that's the traditional model that has always existed. But what has happened in the last couple of years, you find that there's now free agents. So what happens with the free agents is that you're in a situation where, unfortunately, you are not in the consideration set for traditional agencies because they are already committed to certain media owners. That's where the competition exists. If you look at that slide that I had in terms of the time continuum, especially with the proliferation of digital agencies, they changed how buying is done. Because what happens now is that it's instead of the other way around, where the agencies used to come to us, we find that we now literally are the ones who must go to the agency to actually get the business. So if you're going to sit at Auckland Park and think that the agency is coming to you to say, here's the media plan, I want to buy, it doesn't work like that anymore. When we started our careers, that's how it worked, but it doesn't. SABC must now go to fetch the revenue, otherwise you are not on the plan. It's that simple. So that's how it works now. It's irrespective of the fact that you've got 26 million people who tune in every day. That's irrelevant. That's literally, it's a pricing game. It's other things that the advertisers are now looking at, even the agencies themselves, in terms of their own personal interests. So what happens is that you now have these free agencies where you go and you say, Agency X, I have been trying for the last 5 years to sell to these cohort of clients. Can you please go to those clients and sell for me? Your salespeople have been unable to open those doors. They've been knocking, there's no revenue coming. But those people, most of them, you find that they used to work either at other agencies or they used to be on the media side, but for client. So they are able then to go and sell you specifically to the clients. So, so that's how it's working. And therefore the deal, to what he's talking about, is that then the revenue deal is now, you are now paying for that service. Unlike, previously, where it was the client who was paying the media agency, the commission structures, the in terms of the monthly retainers, etc. So that's, the model has changed. So that's literally what has happened, is that now, NOMSA is saying, I want to hire this agency to go and sell on my behalf because my salespeople have tried. We've lost this money. The last time this person advertised is 3 years ago. But I can see that every year they're spending 150 million rand on everybody except us. I just want to get 50 million rand. But it's this person who can open up the door. For that person to do that, it means I must pay them. So I'm now the one who's now paying that revenue based on the business they bring me. So that's how it's changed. So, Chair, that's just a part of it. And then there's the other part, which currently we do have the concession, which is the acquisition of the content. But it's not a long-term concession. And we want it to be a long-term, to Tommy's point, in terms of just expanding. I think it was actually Pumzile to say expanding. What happens in content, Chair, ideas and creativity cannot be an RFP. Somebody wakes up and has a massive idea for a new TV show. I can't write as an RFP that speaks to that because it's actually their creative IP. We are not creatives. We need to remember that. They are the creatives. So what those guys do is that they come up with these massive ideas that are really groundbreaking from a content perspective, and they pitch those ideas to everybody. And it's about agility and really ensuring that you sign off the idea. From an SABC perspective, to what was described in terms of ICM processes, we can't compete in that. And it's become worse, Chair. Previously, it used to be either people go to multi-choice or go to e-media or SABC. And in fact, before, SABC used to go and have the annual, request for content. Imagine, that's how it used to happen. It's not like that anymore. So what has happened now is that this content, they're no longer only pitching it to us, they're pitching it to OTT streaming platforms that have the money to buy. So whilst we are saying, we need to write this RFP, it's gone. And that's what we're asking for, to say we need that agility so that when this idea comes, that's going to give us 260 episodes for a telenovela and 300 million rand in revenue. we need to be able to have that agility to compete. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I think we've got a sense of the problem from both sides. I don't want us to get too distracted by it. The reason I canvassed it is because it speaks to potential areas of non-compliance, right? So that's important that we all get it. So what you're describing is potentially a situation where somebody's got a YouTube channel, they've got a segment or whatever, which is doing fantastically well. And you want to bring it onto your platform because they already have 1 million viewers for it anyway. When they bring it onto your platform, you can also make money off it and also fulfill your mandate. The PFMA says you can't go to that person and just acquire it. You have to send out an RFP so that other people can replicate it. Is that it? Yes. But it's that person's idea. His or her idea. Okay, no, I get it. So this is not what fundamentally today is about, but what we'll do, we'll deal with the historical issues, because at the end of all of these meetings, we end up with things that an accountability dashboard for all of us, right? So this area needs to be cleaned up so that it is compliant at the same time you're able to do what you need to do. So that's important. Otherwise, I don't want us to sit here next year and we're shouting at each other over things that have happened that shouldn't have happened. Right? So I think it's well understood.
Can you hear me? And the huge economic impact it has generally on the creative industry, especially from the developmental perspective, and the economic imperatives that the country is is pursuing. And SABC stand a better chance to activate that space to a bigger benefit than it is now. SABC being unable to participate because of these
No, you have. So honorable members, let us do this. So we've got 3 members with different focus areas who are going to do the initial questioning. So my view is that we do 1 member and then we take a break and we come back, we do the 2 and the follow-up questions. Sorry, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to the colleagues and everyone. No, I just wanted clarity as well, Chair, before we go, because yes, we understand and we hear the plea, and it makes perfect sense. But my worry is the risks. They didn't go to the risks because the culture of these kinds of transactions end up with favorites. So I just want to check, have they done their risk analysis on this particular plan they want to pitch, so that when we meet Treasury, we also hear what are the analysis in terms of risk. We don't want to end up with favorites. Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead. That's a fair question.
Thank you, Chair. So from our side, we have, I'll say insofar as highlighting of the risks, I'll ask the CEO to come in. And I know perhaps the audit chair will also want to come in because this has been dealt with in detail just recently. CEO.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, honourable members, and good morning, Chair. I'm sorry that I agreed to you last. To the point that you are making, we are mindful of the potential risks. In fact, they are real. They're not just potential. But with the first round, when we did seek a way to deal with the restrictions that come with PFMA processes, we did put in place measures to deal with what you are mentioning. We did have safeguards, but to the extent that we are seeking more, yes, we are going to have to tighten more because we were able to manage in the period that we were given on the leeway that was allowed. But we know the risks that are involved, and the Audit and Risk Committee is actually dealing with such. And in fact, even with the time we were given previously, when we were allowed, we were able to manage that. But we know exactly what you're pointing out as required safeguards to deal with that. Okay.
All right, so, and this is a very important, thanks, Honorable Member. It's a very important question. So one of the things we will then do, and I don't know where this is going to end up, but we always try and assist where we can within lawful parameters. One of the things that would be useful would be understanding what your minimum standards are, even for consideration to be onboarded onto the platform. That's important. If you don't meet these 5 criteria, we don't even look at you, or at least in the initial engagement, we assess. That's what I would expect, that there is an assessment made. The second, as one of those assessments I would imagine is, does it fit in with your general mandate as a public broadcaster, for instance? And you know, economic inclusiveness, etc., all of these wonderful things. And then the process internally to make sure that this problem of favorites, where, you know, when I start my YouTube channel, I've already spoken to my mate there, and I know that 12 months later we'll have a conversation. You know how it goes, right? So you don't need to set all of that out here, but those kind of things would give the committee the comfort that, you know, if this process is done in the right way. All right, so thank you. So our prosecutors today, we've got 3 prosecutors today. We're going to deal with the audit outcomes themselves first, and Honorable Bila, I think you're dealing with those. So what we'll do is, so we divide our work. We look after many organizations. So we divide our works. So what we'll do is, Honorable Bila will ask you questions. It will be an interactive session, a sort of session between you, and then the members will ask any follow-up questions, and we'll take a break. And then when we come back from break, we will then do the next. So the clock has started ticking now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, the team from SABC, colleagues, Abshen. Thank you so much once again. Let me take this opportunity and welcome the presentation that has been made for us here. Honorable Chairperson, according to AG SA on SABC's 2023-2024 annual performance information, there are no material findings. However, several key targets were not met. These include some of the service delivery and operational targets. In some instances, we found that only 2 out of 16 planned targets have been achieved. And it has been noted by AGSA that the SABC is struggling in achieving its performance targets. What could be the root causes of SABC's failure to meet several key performance targets in 2023-2024 financial year? Are there any measures or remedial measures that have been put in place to address this shortfall? If yes, how is the progress being monitored to ensure improved performance? To what extent do the current performance targets align with the corporation's available resources and strategic priorities? And how realistic and achievable are those plans? I think I will pause here, get answers, then I will be able to continue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And Honorable Bila, thank you for that question. So maybe in a nutshell, I'll just start off by saying most of the targets, I'll touch on the ones that are related, especially to IT expenditure. You'll note that we will plan for 16 targets, let's say, for website and related issues, because at a particular point in time, we were under the impression that we're going to make X amount of money from the deals that from our projections. However, most of the targets in those that have not been met have been mainly due to financial constraints, right? And the financial constraints of the SABC knows, I think the CEO tried to explain it even before, even basic things, Honorable Chair, such as, let's say, maintenance of the building. Those things will be planned, like fixing the lifts and all those related issues, but SABC will not have the funds to do that. So what happens is, because we have the massive debt, I'll first start off that we have with Centec. So we almost like, what happens, the CFO and the CEO and the team, they looked and said, okay, we start with Centec, that's the biggest thing that we have to do. What are the most critical things that we have to deliver moving forward? Then they'll say, oh, from IT, the most important thing is SABC Plus, right? So all the other things will take secondary in terms of actioning them, because they require financial resources. So it is the SABC throughout, you would see all the things that have not been achieved. It's not lack of due care, it's not of lack of planning. We have planned, we had set targets even to say how much we're expecting to make, but we just couldn't reach the targets that we had planned for ourselves. As a result, in the main, that has been the reason, and we did even with the AG demonstrated our will to actually action those targets that we have planned for ourselves, because those were necessary targets. It was not nice to have. So I'm not sure at this particular point, Chair, do I go to the detail of each and every one? So, or what can I, through you, Chair?
I think you can go in detail for the questions that I have already asked, so that I can be able to continue based on what you responded.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll hand over to you, Bapat.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think largely, as the DC has just said, most of what we have not been able to deal with relates to funding requirements. They may look like practical things that we should have been able to address, but fundamentally it boils down to how you resource them in terms of the skills that are required and in terms of the funding that's required to achieve those targets. But in most cases, it boils down to that. So where the point that was being made about setting targets, for instance, for the websites, and we end up not achieving or achieving far less than we had planned, it's the skills that are required that required funding for us to be able to resource the projects themselves. So it always comes back to the same problem that we are facing, which is a major issue around the funding of the entity. Yeah.
Perhaps because those are the ones that we can think of on top of our head, maybe we can just further unpack the question, Member Bila, that we can go to those specifics, because those are the ones that we know top of head, that we even are responded to in the financial year 2023-2024. So maybe further detail, with your permission, Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Through you, Chair. So we in the presentation, and I did skip it. We've put in a very detailed performance against our predetermined objectives, and I think that's what the member is referencing. I'm struggling with presenting again over there, but I'll just go through it because there are specific questions that you've asked. I think, obviously, from an SABC perspective, we have different pillars in which we structure our performance. And the biggest focus tends to be from a revenue perspective. A lot of the time when and that's just financial sustainability is just the one pillar that we've got. And then we've got the rest of the pillars. And if you may just indulge me, Chair, just to go through them. And I think just if I go to the top, we all know, I'm not going to talk through the revenue, because I'm certain that we'll deep dive into it and the CFO will also come into it. I think what's important as well is that when I get into one of the key performances in terms of our screen ratings, which is a very critical one of the key things is that the reality comes back to what we're talking about is that the output indicator is your share of primetime television. Primetime television is where, as broadcasters, that's where we focus in terms of the majority of our revenue income. So what happened is that our annual target was 22% for SABC 1. We achieved 18.8%. For SABC 2, it was 6%. We achieved 4.1%. For S3, it was 3%, and we only achieved 1.5%. And the reality is that it's because we lacked the fresh new content in order to attract those audiences. And that's because we didn't have the capital to invest in acquisition of that fresh content. And the type of performance you're seeing is actually very strong performance if you think about just the breadth of the new content that has been taken to market by our competitors. It means that our historical content still continues to perform very well for us. So you find that that's where the biggest investment is going in. So we've also, what we've done as well to stay afloat is that we've gone back into our archives where we've digitized some of that content and we've brought it back into both SABC Plus, our OTT streaming platform, and our linear channels, and we're seeing that it's performing very well. So we've got a strategy that we've put into place. We've put a strong marketing team into place in order to assist us in marketing to those audiences that's going to translate into that revenue that we require. So for us, Chair, what we talk about is that we say there's a virtuous cycle when it comes to our industry. How the virtuous cycle works is that you need audiences. You need audiences to attract advertisers. But to attract audiences, you need content. But to attract content, you need money. So that's the cycle. First you have to have the money to buy the content, to bring in the audiences, to bring in the advertisers, and hence the virtuous cycle. Currently, we actually say SABC is in a vicious cycle because we don't have the cornerstone of driving that cycle. And hence you are seeing some of the performance that really speaks to the overall non-performance when it came to some of those predetermined objectives. And then the chair then spoke to, I think, the one that was also not delivered was the issue of digitization. That really, and I think the exciting news is in the previous year, if you look, I think the annual target was obviously 16. And what the most important thing is that we were planning on developing websites and actually commissioning them during the year under review. Unfortunately, the planned websites, were developed, but they were not commissioned, quite a lot of them. So that's where we really failed in order of that annual target. And at the same time, I know that department, when we've had these discussions, they've often said to us, therefore, as SABC, you need to set realistic targets, taking into consideration your financial constraints. And it's something that we've taken into this new financial year that we're going to be reporting in. But I think what's important is that we had those financial constraints. We did not deliver on those projects, but we actually put them forward into this year under review that we will be coming back to speak to. And we're proud to say that, in fact, quite a lot of them were executed. You've seen the performance of SABC Plus, Chair. It was one of those that we didn't deliver on in terms of our targets last year. We announced a week ago that we've reached 1 million subscribers. So you've seen that we've actually put into place measures to mitigate against the lack of performance previously. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much for the response. I heard you saying this happened due to financial constraints. I just want to check what led to the unavailability of financial resources which were originally allocated for these digital projects. And in the absence of a outsourcing model, will the internal resources have capacity and capability to deliver critical digital transformation projects? Thank you.
Chair, through you. So what I'll do, I'll ask the COO who was instrumental insofar as the targets being now having been achieved as of now, just to go historically. Thanks, COO.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of the SABC Board. Good morning, Chairperson of the committee. Good morning to the members of the committee. Good morning to the Deputy Minister. Good morning to the Director General, as well as all my colleagues from the SABC and everyone here. Thank you very much, Member, for that question. So when it comes to the internal capacity to digitize or even digitalize the SABC services, we do actually rely on external parties or external service providers. So for instance, now we're busy with the legacy content to digitize the entire historical, formats of the SABC that came with the analog formats of the past. So we're using a company from outside, not just outside. Sorry. So we're working with external service providers where we're busy with the digitization project of the legacy material that is sitting within the archives as well as the libraries of the SABC. So without them, internally, we don't have those resources. But what we do on the other services, like the development of the websites, the development of the mobile applications, because all the radio stations, they need to have their own websites, they need to have their own mobile applications, and then we aggregate all of them on SABC Plus, which is our flagship streaming platform. So we do once in a while have those, resources internally, but not all the time. So not the entire website or mobile application development, teams internally. Then when it comes to the playout systems, as in the systems that we use to play out the content, whether it's on radio or on television, we also are working with the external service providers. So we've kind of concluded all of that. But what happens is that when the service has been, procured and then are commissioned, we then get an internal team to be able then to look after that. We call that the level 1 services. But if then they can't resolve the issues, then they escalate that onto the external service providers. So internally, we do have very limited capacity to be able to continue with the digitization journey. But we do support most of the products that has been, commissioned internally. But from a funding perspective, I think it's a very critical question that maybe we need to just talk to. So when the CEO was talking, she was referring to the entire vicious cycle. Without a lot of capital expenditure, we won't have, fresh content. And without fresh content, we don't have audiences. And then that leads on to the advertisers or our clients, and then the advertising revenue that goes with that. So as things stand, we struggled with CapEx, both for content as well as for technology. And that has led to us not to, be able to commission most of the programs that we'd like to. But some of the programs, we actually are trying to, using our own internal resources in the form of operational expenditure. But it's still not enough for us to be able to recover, from the positions that we are at. Lastly, for instance, the recent month, where we introduced fresh new content on SABC 1 at 18:30, a show called Amalanga Wafana, we started to see a lot of audiences coming back to the SABC. And the target that is here, even though we're not reporting on that right now, is actually so much improved, simply because of the fresh new content that came through. So that is by far our currency as a broadcaster. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The next question is on the number of SABC TV programs in the free-to-air FTA. Linear top 20 that fell from this target of 13 to 9. So I want to check what is your plan to produce or acquire more competitive content to meet this target?
Thanks, Madam Pilar. I'm going to ask the CEO just to first, Chair, with your permission, to contextualize where and how the SABC funds its content and how we're trying to get around that, and then go to the specifics on the channel questions that have been asked. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Pilar, for the question. Currently and historically as well, is that SABC, when it acquires content, it always used to acquire it at 100% ownership, which is a very archaic model of acquisition of content. And that only happens if, like I said earlier, if you're in a monopoly in the market. But now you are dealing with the likes of Netflix. If you wake up, when you look at Netflix, Honorable, you know that there are there's content there that says Netflix original. You've seen it. And the majority of that content does not say Netflix original. They go and license it and use all sorts of other acquisition models for it. So currently, all of SABC's content is acquired based on the proceeds of revenue from our commercial activities. So our advertising income is what enables us to acquire content. So when you look at it, this industry is in the attention economy. So all of us compete on content. So what has happened is that because we've been unable to bring fresh new content, you find that in terms of our performance, we've dropped. Like I said, if you look at the top 5, the content that's there is your traditional SABC content. It's Uzalo, it's Skim Sam, it's Generations. We haven't really introduced any massive new telenovela in the last couple of years, whilst our competitors introduce something every month. And therefore, that's why we've dropped, because people try new content, and therefore, you don't have the eyeballs that you used to have when they do that. And that's literally why we've dropped. But what are we doing to mitigate against that? Because that's what's important in this discussion. What we've done is that we've reviewed our policies, because the world has changed. 100% ownership is no longer what's relevant. We've looked at opportunities to license content. So you'll see that we've got third-party agreements. We've got what we call the BBC block that exists on SABC. We've also got other agreements with Prime Media Studios, and we're looking at other producers in terms of co-productions with them. We've recently just concluded an agreement with another third party where we're going to be co-producing a telenovela with them. And what we're going to do there, look at, is a windowing system where literally BBC has done it for a very long time, where some of the best content on ITV is BBC content. They actually co-produce it. ITV gets to broadcast it first. It goes through a windowing opportunity where the BBC realizes revenue from that, and then finally it comes through to their platforms for those audiences to view. So we are also looking at that for the SABC, where we are saying the times of 100% ownership are dead. We are going to be working within the creative industry, the creative economy, working with producers, creators, and coming up with funding models for that. We are also looking at development funding, institutions to assist us with acquiring of content. And there's one specific agreement that is very far down the line that we will be announcing very soon as well. So that's what we're doing. And to our COO's point, in the last 2 weeks, we've now launched a new telenovela called Amalanga Wafani on the 27th of May. As I sit here today, it is now in the top 10 of South African programming. It's performing extremely well. So that's what we're looking at. We're recognizing that last year we didn't hit those targets, but we've literally reinvented ourselves and come up with an innovative way to acquire this content, because to believe that we by ourselves are going to be able to do it, we're not. We always say there's co-opeters, there's co-opetition now. So we compete, but we collaborate. So we are able to go to our competition and say to them, you know, that such content that you've got has a lot of interest on our platforms, and we strike a deal where after they've exhausted their own platforms, at some point it comes through to SABC for us to actually leverage for our audiences. So that's what we're doing. So what you're looking at last year, it was traditional, SABC must own everything. But going forward, we've changed it so that we are able to then to compete effectively in that top 10. Because if you are not in that top 10, you are unable to actually make revenue out of your audiences. Thank you.
Last round. Your clock will be up.
Okay, yes, I just wanted to check if I still have time.
I'm giving you an indulgence now.
No, thanks, Chair. Last two questions that I have. One, despite a 3.2 billion bailout in 2019, which was tied to a turnaround strategy, SABC's financial position has not improved significantly. What lessons have been learned from the unsuccessful turnaround strategy? And how will the revised revenue plan ensure sustainable financial growth? The last one, the implementation of the new scheduling system and the operational news production system were not achieved, Chairperson. I want to check what caused these delays and what is the revised timeline for completion. Thank you so much for the airtime.
Please repeat the second question. Is there a question? Mike, yeah.
The implementation of the new scheduling system and the operational news production system were not achieved. What caused these delays and what is the revised timeline for completion? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Bella as well for that question. Perhaps the first one on the bailout, I'll set it in this way in terms of responses. At the time that the SABC requested a bailout from government, because I was still in government at the time, they requested for 68.8 billion rands. And then due to approval processes and other things, they had to revise it down and request 3.2, which SABC really appreciate. So at the time when the SABC got the bailout, they had a business plan turnaround that had 6 strategic pillars. And at the core of the strategic pillars was the issue of management, of paying all the debts that it owed, settling historical debts that were there, and some of them I think are the ones that you would have seen, that some of the court cases that SIU has referred to. So most of the money went there. That's the first thing. The second part that the SABC had to undergo was to do an internal human resource capacity exercise, which included issues such as letting go of people, reskilling people for the new digital era that we have. The third one that was the most critical was to say it was the digital arm of the SABC. And the SABC, because it still is mostly analog, had to ensure that it moves from the 1976 kind of thinking to the 21st century kind of thinking. That was hugely underfunded from a planning point of view because technology changes each and every day. So from meeting the targets, the SABC has been for the years that it had the bailout, had, I say, monthly meetings with the Department of Comms and National Treasury just to demonstrate how it has utilized the bailout funds. And what has, like, for instance, acquiring of new content. There is content, for instance, that was acquired because at the time, I know that this thing played on SABC 3, I just keep forgetting the name. It had horses, the estate. It had the estate, right? This content, there's a big war about the estate. But unfortunately, the issue of content is a game of Something may work, something may not work. So SABC had utilized the bailout funds and ensured that it's audited for what it was intended to be spent on, right? And once that was done, we had now to say, okay, because we know it was insufficient, how do we move to the next leg? So there are a couple of things that we have been requesting from government, such as the CEO has spoken to the issue of talking to other funders out there. We would seek things such as give us guarantees, right? Because no funder is going to give you money with the kind of balance sheets that we have. And our major shareholder, our only shareholder, apologies, is government. So the lessons, when you're saying what lessons we have learned, being honest with you, because the space that we're in keeps on evolving. The lessons, I say for me, had the SABC invested earlier insofar as the digital space and not assumed its dominance, maybe things could have changed. But we see elsewhere globally that all other public broadcasters are struggling with keeping up with the changes that are happening in the digital space. It goes from the content that we discussed earlier, from news to making sure you have the latest, I'll say, whatever application that you may have, be it TikTok or whatever. And as a result, the type of investment for digital could have been made earlier. That's the thing. And the amount that was done at that particular point of the bailout was very minimal, being honest with you. It was just patching what was happening, like OB vans, outside broadcasting. If you've seen those vans outside, it's called OB. It was extremely low. The amount that was there, because SABC just had so many people that it did not pay, and it needed content. So those are the things. So I'll ask Mr. Binza to talk to this issue, the one of the news, to go into detail, because he knows what's going on there. Thank you, Chair, Madam Binza.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the SABC Board. And thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. So the electronic news production system, which we call ENPS, has been fully implemented. It's the news system that our 24-hour news channel uses today, and it's functional. That also includes the newsroom production system as well. That also has been implemented fully. What happened or what caused the delays, it was more around the internal capacity, and also the fact that we were working with an external vendor that had to come into the country every now and then just to check if everything is going according to plan. And that now, I can confirm, is concluded and has been implemented quite successfully. The second one, on the scheduling and advertising management system, we call it SAMS. This is by far the most critical system at the SABC. It's the revenue system. So if you lose 1 cent of that revenue in that system, it's a cent too much. So what we do is that when we're replacing then the old one, we run the other one in parallel. And then we call that the embedment period. That system has been running in parallel now for radio for the last 3 months, and the reconciliations are getting to 99%. And on the 1st of June, the scheduling and advertising management system for radio will go live. And then we're busy with television on the side as well. We've done the implementation already on the sport channel as well as on the Lihaya channels. But what will happen from June and July will go on SABC 1 and then SABC 2 and then SABC 3, and then we go to news and education, and then we conclude the project. The target is the 31st of July, 2025, would be the final implementation of the scheduling and advertising management system. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, through you, I will ask the CAO to respond to that question properly, as asked by Honourable Billa, and to advise the SCOPA of the status quo as things stand. so that we don't find ourselves being asked the same question next year. Through you, Chair. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I think the issue of the landmark system is a good question, Honourable. The SABC acquired a new scheduling system, and I know the chair of the committee will say to me, I must speak English, and so that people understand. So what is in the industry is that we have a system that schedules all our advertising, and that's literally where what we say the sales execution, the fulfillment happens. People buy. People buy, and then an operations team then takes those plans and basically schedules all the advertising across the SABC ecosystem. That's radio, that's TV, that's now the OTT streaming platform. So it was decided to actually move from the current system to a new system that was acquired, because the current system was not updated to be fit for purpose going forward for our new requirements. You know, one of the key things that has happened in the last couple of years is that media buying has become algorithmic, you know. So meaning that also what you can do is that instead of having somebody who's sitting at SABC planning, is that the agency can actually do it themselves. You give them access to your system, and they actually they optimize that type of planning. And so that's one of the key things that we were looking at. Unfortunately, we didn't meet the target, and I think it's important for us to admit to that. The target was not met. There were some critical technical issues that we ran into. We have subsequently put together, and we've got an EPMO, we've put together a project team to focus on this transition from one system to another. We had a lot of learnings last year, which unfortunately also resulted in us having some revenue loss. But going forward, it's a key focus of ours. We've put together some technical expertise. And at the moment, to the CEO's point, we've tested it on radio. And we're looking at probably, I would say, to be safe, in Q3 of this financial year, that's when we can say that we can fully complete the transition, because it's the one area where we can't take chances, because that's where the money gets lost. If you don't schedule the ad, you must refund the advertiser. It's that simple. So that's what we're looking at. So that's basically, Honourable, where we did not meet the target for landmark. But it's a key. We've got a war room. We've put together a strong team, and we are certain that by the end of Q3, we will have achieved the transition from one system to another. Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Thank you very much, and through the Deputy Minister. Perhaps it's also very important to just weigh in on this from the side of the department, from its oversight functions, to Honourable Billa's question. So the SABC was allocated the 3.2 billion, and it was over two tranches. After obviously the reflection from the second tranche, which was done in March 2020, the SABC then reported that it has spent 99% by March 2024, and that the turnaround was complete. But when we reflected from the department, we really saw some very shortfalls with regards to that, and not an accurate description. And as you've also observed to Honourable Billa's question, so then it was supposed to be for funding, as well as obviously to improve the financial position, as well as the sustainability, and those were not met. And as such, the department, and I think various ministers, and including Minister Ngungubele at the time, then interrogated this to then say the strategy was actually perhaps at fault, but there are a number of areas that we needed to reflect on. The board was then asked to say we need to look and develop a long-term strategy. We also asked for a proper commercial strategy as well, to look at how do we measure the sustainability. So I think the SABC is correct to say post that period, they've actually come up with interventions. But during that, we just need to be honest to then say the report of saying the turnaround was delivered and the funds were spent was inaccurate. But I think the assurance, and what we've also seen from the commercial plans post the reporting period, has actually now showing some level of responsiveness, but it is not on the 3.2 billion. So what we have then done, because that was public funds. We have written to the AG. Beyond just them conducting oversight, I personally wrote to the AG to then say they need to help us to interrogate how then that 3.2 billion was actually utilized and what it was utilized for. So that work is still under it's still under consideration by the AG. The last of the correspondences I'm looking at, Honourable, the first was them writing in March, I think, or May 2024, followed by an engagement on the 2nd of September, and then a follow-up letter, November 2024. But they've given us assurance that because they were busy with other auditing processes, after they've concluded the audit period, then they were going to actually give a lot of focus and weight in terms of then their interrogating and analyzing. We will be able to share that report once it has been concluded. Thank you.
All right.
Chair, I wanted to just quickly through you to give, because Ms. Makopeni has been leading in this regard.
So-
That's, yes.
Yeah, so I was going to say, can we, during break, because we're going to take a break, can you decide who answers? And I'm doing this for the sake of managing time. So what we end up with is we end up with 4 or 5 people giving different pieces of answers, and it takes time. So I need your cooperation with that, okay? Otherwise, we are not going to finish today. So do you still want to make a, is it fine? Because I wanted us to take a break.
Thank you, Chair. My consent, if you could just give it 2 minutes, because when you come back, we're going to take that
Sure.
as advisement. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chair of the committee. Just a quick one. On the points that have been raised by DG about the work that we've been asked to do to ascertain exactly how the funds were utilized that were allocated to the SABC. From our internal assessment, what we have actually learned, which is the point that the member was raising about what lessons have we learned from that process. One acknowledged the fact that this was not a long-term investment for the SABC, and it was not recapitalization of the SABC. It was to deal with specific problems that were identified at a point in time, which was a fixed point in the trading process of the SABC. And as a result of the things that were identified, probably it's only content that spoke to revenue generating activities through audiences and then advertising and money that would have been generated from that exercise. But much of the money was going to service debt and dealing with infrastructure issues that required attention, but not necessarily investing in infrastructure that the SABC requires. So this is one of the reasons we are not seeing any positive returns on the money that was given by Treasury to the SABC. It's because it was meant to fix what was a problem at that time. And in fact, I even recall, because I was still within the system in operations, in 2019, we didn't even have money to run elections. Elections were run from a budget that was an OPEX budget of the news division. That's how dire the situation was. So the money that came, it was not necessarily, it didn't assist the SABC to build capacity to generate revenue. It was more on stabilization of the SABC. And in fact, building to that, what we have since done in trying to take the SABC through a different phase, which is now growth, we have even added, as you would have seen in the presentations, there was a pillar that didn't exist, which is research and innovation, because we realize that had that been factored into the bailout at the time or the turnaround strategy, things would have turned out differently, because even the investments that were made in infrastructure were not necessarily addressing the future of what the SABC would have required in terms of performance. It dealt with what we needed at the time. If, for instance, you needed to buy a play, or you needed to replace a playout system, that's exactly what you would do. But digitally, and looking at how the world has evolved, it didn't go into investing in such. So that's what we have observed internally. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much. So, shall we take a break? The time is now 11. Because the bathroom facilities are limited, we'll allow 15 minutes. Yeah. So, can we be back here? Can we commence at quarter past 11? Thank you. Honorable members and everyone, shall we start, please? Where's DG? Thank you very much, honorable members. Let us proceed. So, for the sake of managing time, let us do this. So, Honorable Matiwane will have 20 minutes. He's going to deal with irregularities and the SIU matters, and then Honorable Beasley will deal with financial and financial sustainability issues and so on, which we canvassed a little bit earlier on, and then we'll open up to the rest of us. So let's proceed along those lines. Honorable Matiwane, the timer starts now.
And Bulise Slan, Bulise na kui committee, Bulise u minister, deputy minister, CEO nesiqaba sakhe, deputy chairperson nesiqaba sakhe, nabantu abasincedisayo apha kwi-committee. Uthe ke usihlalo soba ngabatshutshisisi, batshutshisisi ke baphatha izembe, kodwa akunyanzelekanga ke kusoko kuphethwe izembe, xa kukho izinto ezintle kuyanconywa. So we see that there has been an improvement of the audit outcome for the SABC, something that has taken, I think, over 10 financial years to be achieved. And you have a SABC, who is you would call a traditional media outlet that is competing with newbies. That is your video on demand platforms. But we see that there are some innovations like the SABC Plus app that the SABC has introduced. And they are faced with some structural challenges which are due to the funding model and to some extent to the delays that emanate from our parliamentary processes in approving the SABC amended act. I will go straight into my questions with regards to irregular, fruitful and fruitless, not fruitful, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, The Auditor General found that leadership did not exercise adequate oversight responsibilities regarding compliance and related internal controls. As a result, the public entity failed to prevent irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and did not implement effective consequence management. Hence, we have an unqualified audit with findings. My question is, why were proper and complete records not maintained to support investigations into regular expenditure? And what steps did the leadership take to prioritize consequence management? And how is support being provided to the units responsible for conducting investigations? Has the management outlined a clear and a credible process to investigate cases of irregular expenditure, particularly long outstanding cases, and ensure that appropriate action is taken? I will take the answers for those three, then I'll proceed with the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I did promise that myself and the CEO will take some of the questions, and I failed to recognize that they are financial questions. With your permission, I will request the acting CFO to take the financial questions. Thank you. Chendai.
Thank you, DC, and thank you, Honorable Matwani, for the questions. So the context is there has been significant improvement, right? And when you're looking at irregular expenditure, especially irregular expenditure, it's multi-year. So you might have an incurrence on a procurement this year, but because that contract is multi-year, for every succeeding year that you are, that contract still runs, you still incur that irregular expenditure. So you will see in our presentation the significant decline over the years and consistently so as those irregular contracts are running out or their contractual terms are expiring. We do manage and emphasize significantly so the need for consequence management and investigations. In our particular case, what the AG would have referred to is what we referred to earlier, that it has taken a bit of time, but that has been because of our diligence and the thoroughness in the process. If you look at also the feedback that we have provided, is that we have gone through about 99% of outstanding matters, but they had to go through internal investigations, engagement with National Treasury to go through all the way to the board. So we are in the final process of that, but what we can confirm is we have taken and investigated about 99% of historical matters. They are now just going through the administrative process up to write-off and board approval. In the paragraph as read from the AG also tends to be a standard wording. It's not that management is not keeping records. I think there were historical IE investigations relating to periods prior to 2018, that when the new team came in, they had to dig for some records, but it's not something that is recurring or consistent throughout the year. It reflects to that particular process. In terms of the support and engagement, that capacitation that we are providing the team, there has been significant investment in both the skill and the headcount to capacitate that team, and we have also brought in external help where needed in terms of home bodies to attend to that. And again, as testament to the audit outcomes and the improvement is that work is bearing fruit. It's just that we're taking through the work that we have now done through the administrative process of approval and finally write-off by the board.
Okay. I think these questions will be for the board members. On what basis did the board approve the write-off of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024? And were the recommendations from the Loss Control Committee, Executive Committee and the Audit and Risk Committee sufficiently robust? Number two, what measures has the accounting authority or the board implemented to ensure effective consequence management and to prevent reoccurrence?
Thank you for that question, Member Matuan. And there's no one I'm Honorable Member, Diabule. So perhaps if just aligned to what the CFO has said, in terms of the write-offs that we have done as the board, these are in the actually all of them that we have sought, even tabled before the National Treasury, because it sits that it has to go to National Treasury before for approval, and it has to get okay. It's mostly historical, right? It has been matters that even predate even the previous board, by the way. That's how long the write-offs are coming from insofar as the SABC. As a result, so if you look at the write-offs that have been, we do have committees both in management and at the board that are actually advising as to how to ensure that we do not have this further occurring in the future. But I will say confidently before this committee chair that the last at least 4 or 5 years at the SABC, there hasn't been write-offs that come within those financial years. But because it's SABC is still dealing with issues that are dating 2018, 2017, 2016, and that's how long the matters that this board and the previous board has been dealing with. So from a consequence management, we have ensured that we have tightened our internal controls, but it keeps coming back that, as you saw even on the SIU investigations, that those matters will still continue to haunt us as the SABC. But we have put those in place. So can you put it on that there? So we have, if you check, I think slide 68, right? We have on slide, it's not 67, the one that talks about the preventative controls that needs to be implemented. So what we've done, this happens even with us as the support, the compulsory training, right, that is being done insofar to ensure that we prevent reoccurrence of what has happened before. And we do also have, they have developed a knowledge and information management system that actually reminds us to actually undergo this compulsory training so that there is no reoccurrence. There will be simple videos that were demonstrated. The email will tell you, there's an email just to simplify the response to say, you have not done this training. You need to ensure that you are trained in this regard. And that's why I'm saying it's top-down approach. It's not only the people from the bottom. The board is expected to undergo the same training so that we do not have, as you would have seen, some of the activities previously also involved board members. So those are the activities that SABC has been implementing in the last couple of financial years. But it's a journey of change management, Honorable Matuan. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that you might be dealing with some historical issues, and it becomes difficult to try to change a culture of non-performance to that one of performance-based. Looking at the major contributing factors to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in the year under review, was the interest levied by the Centec due to the SABC's failure to settle its full outstanding debt. The SABC has not been meeting its payment commitments to Centec, resulting in recurring interests. I do ask, what are the underlying reasons for the SABC's failure to meet its payment obligations to Centec, and how long has this non-compliance persisted? What financial and operational controls has management implemented to prevent further interest charges and reduce fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Matuan. This I know I'm going to Bosch. I'll ask the CEO to respond, and I'll tell you why. Because the debt of Centec starts even before the bailout. So the issue of interest is something that each and every quarter were kept up to date. We even had a six aside as the board to try and mitigate, to try and mitigate how to deal with the issue of the Centec debt, but it's accumulating each and every day. So, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable. The Centec matter, I think, is well documented. To the Deputy Chair's point, the debt has been outstanding for quite a couple of years. It predates even the bailout itself. The reality is that the SABC's inability to pay the Centec invoice in full is based on our financial position. And it's not because the SABC does not want to pay to Centec. The reality is that if you look at the SABC's costs, we are unfortunately in an industry where we have hard costs. 80% of our costs are on three things: the salary bill, signal and distribution costs are the second cost, and the third cost then becomes the content acquisition costs. And that's 80% of our costs. So when, in fact, in the last couple of years, if you look at, in fact, in the last 20 years, the SABC has not really made a profit. If you really look at the financial performance, in fact, our costs far outweigh our income. That is what has happened. And therefore, even though the SABC pays Centec, it's not because we're not paying them whatsoever, pays Centec, but has been unable to pay the full bill of the Centec services that are currently being offered to SABC, and also taking into consideration, I suppose, that 80% of Centec's income actually comes from the SABC. We are aware, Honourable, that the SABC and Centec has had a legal challenge in terms of the issue of costs, in terms of tariffs. The SABC has questioned the tariffs that Centec is charging the SABC, and that matter is still not settled. In fact, it's in front of the tribunal and it's ongoing. So I think that's quite critical in this discussion, that we have that context. But if you look at the payment that SABC has been making to Centec, in the last year, that payment has doubled. If you look at the year ending 2023, I think SABC then was paying Centec 20 million rand a month. In the year that has just ended, that increased to 51 million rand a month. And that's also dependent on the revenues that the SABC is able to actually receive in order to pay that. So when it comes to the issue of interest, there's acting CFO spoke to it earlier to say that there has been a motivation that has been put through to Treasury, whereby we are asking for that interest not to be seen as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because by its nature we are being charged by Centec because of our inability to pay. And that is going to be reclassified going forward, that it's not listed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because it's actually not fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It's a consequence of the debt that is existing between SABC and Centec. Thank you, Honourable. I hope I have managed to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. CEO, I will move over to the material irregularities, specifically the one dealing with the rental expenditure and the security contract that was awarded to a bidder that did not score the highest points in the bid evaluation process. Starting with the rental expenditure paid for office space that was not occupied. Has the judgment been handed down for this case? If so, what is the outcome of the judgment? And at what level of seniority are the parties responsible for the loss that was incurred by the SABC? And what consequence management steps were taken against those parties? And lastly, what are the prospects of recovering all monies paid, including the interest of 10.25%?
Thank you, Honorable Matuan. I'll ask the CFO to talk to it. I think it's on slide 56.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. So the matter did serve before arbitration and went through attempts at recovery. Two corrective measures were taken, and going forward post the initial contract, amendments were made to the contractual arrangements to eliminate that portion of the building from what the SABC was paying for. Internal consequence management were put in place against the individuals. I might not necessarily recall the specific outcomes, but as part of the resolution of the matter through AG, what I can confirm is we would have provided the evidence of all the action that had been taken by the entity to address the matter and to try and recover it. Hence, from the AG's own response is that the matter was appropriately addressed and appropriate action has been taken. On the security contract, as the contract itself was being executed on, the SABC ended up actually saving monies, and the expenditure was below what the contracted amount eventually, the actual amount spent on that contract ended up being lower than what was contracted and lower than what the second bidder had been. So in terms of material irregularity, the matter was addressed in that. The other procurement items in terms of irregularities would have been managed, but outside of the material irregularity framework.
Chair, and just perhaps on the consequence management, I know from the purposes of the HR committee, it was reported that one of the persons involved has actually, when there was disciplinary action that was supposed to be taken against that individual, resigned on the 11th, or a couple of days before the disciplinary hearing. That's the one part. Insofar as the security contract in itself, this is one of the matters that has been reported earlier on, insofar wherein the SIU is also part of, and it is still part of a court proceedings. And at this particular point, the SABC is embroiled in those court processes with the SIU in that regard. So that's where we are in terms of the material irregularities. You would have noted, Honorable Member Matuan, that although it was notified later in 2021, 2022, this even predates those dates of 2021, 2022. Some, I think the security one comes from 2016, 2017, at the time that we had the interim board. Thank you.
Thank you. Last round, Honorable Matuan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on the person who resigned, because it seems it's a trend in the public service that people run away. But to run away, it doesn't mean that we cannot pursue you further. So are there any steps that have been taken to pursue the individual, maybe if there are any civil claims that have been instituted against that individual who decided to resign before the conclusion of a disciplinary process? Also, going back to the security contract, I want to check if SABC has a functional and a competent adjudication committee, bid adjudication committee, If so, how did a bidder that did not score the highest points get awarded the contract? Also, has the judgment been handed down following the court proceedings? And what was the outcome of the court ruling? What internal disciplinary measures did the public entity institute against the officials responsible for this non-compliance for this security contract? And what internal controls has the SABC put in place since this occurrence to address some of the shortcomings which might have been picked up due to this in relation to its supply chain management processes? And lastly, what is the total financial loss incurred by the SABC, and what plans have been put in place to recover the funds? I think I'm repeating that one. Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask colleagues? You guys confer a lot, and it's audible. It's audible, and it disturbs the proceedings. So when I ask that you decide who's going to answer the questions, that's what I was trying to minimize. But it's actually very disruptive. So please, can we not have that anymore?
Apologies, Chair. Well taken from our side. Chair, the first, I think, I'll focus mostly on the contract question insofar as the security. At this particular point, Honourable Member Matuane, is that indeed the SABC has a fully functional BAC, and historically, at the time we're in the SABC, that's the matter that is still before the court, is that the interim board, that's the allegation, that the interim board, as it was at the time, had oversight and controls with the interim board insofar as this bit of the security contract. It would seem, and I'm saying seem because it hasn't been proven yet in court, it would seem that at that particular time decisions were taken that were outside the scope and controls of the board, as of the interim board, as it was at this particular point in time. Member Matuane, we do not, as the board, we do not deal with such matters in the manner that it was dealt with in 2016, 2017. We only oversee insofar as plans and within the delegation of authority that has been put in place. So your question says, what controls have been put in place? The controls that have been put in place was to have an effective delegation of authority framework within the SABC. That delegation of authority framework has, amongst others, identified who in the value chain is going to be dealing with matters of bids, hence the question on bid adjudication. And once again, the matter has yet to be decided. This matter is the one that had to be joined. It's the one that involves, it's the Jaeli, I know I'm saying it incorrectly, contract, and other board members. So it is still in court. It has not been decided at this particular point. Even when the SIU came before yourselves last week, it was still one of those matters that was still outstanding. I will allow the CEO to talk to the next steps insofar as the rental contract when it comes to the person that has since resigned, what actions have been taken moving since the person has left. Thank you.
Deputy Chair, in terms of from a when it comes to these matters, there's two considerations: whether it's a criminal matter or there's an opportunity for a civil challenge. When it's not when there isn't a measure of success from a criminal matter, the SABC doesn't pursue it. But if there is a criminal deed that has been executed, then we actually go forward. and we lay criminal charges, etc. And that has happened previously with various matters that we've managed. So from this perspective, this matter, from a civil side as well, we couldn't lay civil charges against the individual. So currently, unfortunately for us, we were unable to literally go after the person who's left. But when the investigations take place and we realize that there is a criminal deed that has been done, we do go after it. In this case, there was not. But I think it's also important just to clarify that a thorough internal investigation did take place from SABC, and hence the conclusions that were made when it comes to this specific matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Beasley, I hope you're ready. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And your greetings, everybody from the SABC, Deputy Minister, DG, my colleagues, press, everybody else here. So I think we all know, and it's quite well documented, that the greatest risk facing SABC is its going concern. Can the SABC survive without a government bailout, National Treasury loan guarantee, and increased ongoing grants from government? So can the SABC survive without another bailout?
Thank you, Chair. But just before the CEO comes, just in a nutshell, I want to say, yes, the SABC can survive. Oh, apologies. Apologies. Coming from you. Thank you. Apologies, Chair. I'll start perhaps insofar as the question that has been asked, Chair, through you. The SABC, I need to first to contextualize that, yes, the SABC can survive without a bailout. However, this needs to be contextualized in the sense that any person that runs a company, a shareholder, has a responsibility to plow back into that company in order for it to function. The SABC, that's why from our side we've been looking at alternatives in terms of funding elsewhere. We do recognize that the SABC cannot survive without a government guarantee, right? Because we have to go with that to the market. That's the only, I'll say, currency at this particular point that say, because based on our balance sheet of how it looks like, the market expects us to bring a form of a government guarantee. And I know that the CEO is going to speak into detail as to what else we have been doing to try and alleviate that. I thank you.
Thank you for the question, Honourable. I think what's important here is just to go back to the SABC's 5-year strategy that I referenced earlier. I was very clear as well, talking about the MTEF process and the cost of the public mandate, which is very critical. There is also, what's important is when the SABC is pushing, for example, for the resolution of the SABC bill, it's because the matter has become quite urgent. And I think it's critical for me to talk to that, because the current funding of the SABC is unsustainable. It would be remiss of me not to say that. We've spoken about the competitiveness in this industry, whereby there's new competitors that have entered our market, and we are genuinely unable to compete at the speed of change with our current funding, because it requires some serious investments for us to be able to actually be present and play a role when it comes to the new audiences that we are seeing. And currently, as I spoke earlier, is that our funding model is such that we have to be commercially competitive. So we currently are getting 4% in the form of a grant via the DCDT. What the SABC is asking for, and really our rallying call, is not a grant, is not a bailout. We genuinely are not in the market for a bailout. But what we are asking is that the SABC must be funded in order to deliver the public mandate. This is not unique to the SABC. Globally, public broadcasters around the world are funded. It's not unique to us. In first world countries, the numbers are enormous because there is a recognition of the importance of public service media, especially in a world, if you look at what the World Economic Forum said, is that the number one risk globally at the moment is disinformation and misinformation. We actually play a very critical role because from an editorial perspective, the quality that is required, the most important thing for us is the trust quotient. We can't let go of that. So in our current form, in order to be able to meet the demands of the public mandate, we are saying that the SABC has to be funded. And that funding obviously had to be addressed via the SABC bill. We spoke earlier to say the Broadcast Act is no longer valid for the type of innovation that we've seen and the disruption that we've seen in the media industry. So what we are saying as the SABC is the SABC has proven that it can bootstrap itself and has been continuing to fund itself with the limited options that we've got. But unfortunately, it's not sustainable for the long term because we are not investing in CAPEX, which is very, if we are talking digital transformation, ladies and gentlemen, we must invest in digital transformation. We can't just hope it will just happen by itself. So currently, yes, we are celebrating the growth of the OTT streaming platform, which has been paid solely from an OPEX. And if we had the type of investment required for growth, we would have grown threefold and been able to monetize it. So currently, yes, we've got the audiences, but we have not been able to monetize it because to monetize it, it means we must invest in the required technology to be able to do that. So yes, and to an extent which goes back to the issue of going concern, we have liquidity challenges simply because every rand that we make is already spoken for. So in order to free us up to be able to make better decisions rather than to make survival decisions, it means that there must be investment into the SABC. Yes, we are going to the financial markets to seek that assistance, but the financial markets have their key requirements in terms of their credit committees in order for us to meet the minimum threshold in order to be even considered for funding. And we've gone back to the department to say, assist us in getting guarantees from National Treasury. That's one. And obviously there's other measures that we've put on the table to say we are asking them to be considered in order to make the SABC sustainable. So that's a very important question that you've asked, Honourable. And what we are saying is that the bill is critical, the funding model is critical, and it's not unique to the SABC. We can look at globally, public service media organizations are funded by their shareholder, which is government. It's not unique to us. Thank you.
Thanks for those answers. So I do understand that if you do not get increased funding or government guarantee, you will have a huge going concern. So with the DG and the Deputy Minister next to them, is that forthcoming? Because it's pointless talking about things. Is that forthcoming? And based on my thing on the budget, the minister's quite clearly said that there's no money in the budget, and I haven't seen any more money. So it's pointless talking, and there's nothing concrete happening, because I think the truth needs to be told. Is there funding available for the SABC or guarantee? So if the DG or Deputy Minister can answer that question, please.
Thank you very much. I'm through you, Chair. Honourable Chair, if I may respond to Honourable Beasley. Yes, so there is no additional allocation apart from what has been in the allocation, which is mainly for news, is it Channel Africa? Yes. However, okay, no, it's not for news. It's for Channel Africa, just to be accurate. However, Honourable Member, if I can just indicate that through the SABC amendment bill, we are actually looking at this particular matter of the revised funding model for it, whether or not it will replace the TV license. So I firstly want to indicate that there is an element with regards to the TV license and the compliancy for it, generating from the public, not necessarily from government. And then the second issue is obviously when we're looking at the the revised model, we're looking at alternatives that are there. What we are also doing is facilitating currently an engagement between the SABC as well as government communications structures. It is true that the government has got a lot of buy in terms of buy media, and they do occupy that space. However, it is not channeled to the SABC even on an equity basis, considering that the SABC has got the largest footprint and it also has the largest reach in terms of the languages, diverse languages. So we've been engaging the GCIS as well as other government departments to then say, the issues of national interest, the key events that we do have, that we commemorate as a country, that is actually then being done. We also did the same when we were looking at the elections as well as the inauguration. And obviously we'll continue to identify similar strategic national events. However, that may not be adequate, and that's why we're looking at an alternative funding model for future sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the financial losses have gone down from, I think, was 746 million to 197 million. The year-end acting CFO has just closed off. You're not a privately. So, what are the losses for 2025, and what is that compared to budget?
Through you, Chair. The numbers obviously have to go through the audit process. The performance has deteriorated from what it was. Operationally, the losses at the end of Q4 were around 700 million. There are year-end accounting treatments and other technical actual valuations that then come into play that we are still talking to our actuaries. Depending on that outcome, that number might change.
Thanks, and I appreciate that answer because it goes back to the going concern is whenever losses get made, it has to get funded by something, and it's getting funded by your creditors. And my concern for the board is you're not recklessly trading at the moment because your creditors are going to get, the losses have to be funded somewhere. And they're obviously being funded by creditors at the moment. And it's not an ongoing thing. And so I just, again, it comes back that unless this funding model is addressed and addressed very quickly, the losses of 700 million are not sustainable. They're not. And I think, you Deputy Minister, the SABC is a prized asset. I mean, I'm one of the people who listen and view to it. And I mean, we talk about the unemployment numbers yesterday, 42%. So majority of people can't afford Netflix, YouTube, whatever. So the SABC is an important institution, and it must be saved. And I think and the one thing I want to highlight is your governance has improved so much. You know, it's at Scopa we sit here and we see organisations that are deteriorating. You know, to actually see an organisation which has improved in their audit outcome. And I think we need to reward these organizations because at the moment we're rewarding organizations that are a cesspool of corruption and incompetence. Like the CETAs, there's 22 billion that gets chowed. I'm going to use the word chowed, gets chowed. I mean, imagine if that money went to SABC, the difference we could actually do. And so I think it is an important institution. I don't want to come across negative, but if you don't address this going concern issue, it's going to become a massive issue and it's just going to implode. And the one thing I did appreciate what you said earlier, that you can only tighten your belt so far, and then there's nothing, because then you're starving. And I hope the Deputy Minister takes that back to his cabinet, because the cabinet belts are getting looser and looser, but organisations like the SABC is getting tighter and tighter. And in that regard, you know, your staff are your principal assets. Without your staff, and in the last 5 years, I think the staff have got a 6% increase, which is simply quite unacceptable. You know, they're doing exceptionally good work. You've got prize people. So I'd just like to talk to that, is how you're actually looking after your staff, because you talk about being part of the PMFA and part of government legislation, but public servants have got significantly higher increases over the last 5 years. So it looks like the staff here have been left behind. So maybe you can just talk to that if you don't mind.
Thank you, Honourable Beasley, for that question. Perhaps I'll say this, at a particular point in time, especially on the issue of staffing, SABC took a very hard decision that said staff members were not going to receive an increase for a period of 3 years, right? And we said at the time, there won't be salary increases. And this, I must add, has affected a lot of people. We see the reports from mental health issues, for all various reasons that people struggle financially. But the moment then we were able to see a turnaround as of 2020, 22 years ago, yes, then we were saying, okay, now although we don't have money, but just for people to be able to make a decent living, let us consider a salary increase, which I must add, the SABC could not afford, but was just let's put this in good faith. Fast forward, even now, the issues are such that those salary increases are not sustainable for the SA. But we know and we appreciate as the point that these are the people that keep the lights on. These are the people that keep the SABC, the South African audiences aware of what is happening. They are the ones that are working hard despite our financial challenges. So there's a lot of toing and froing insofar as making sure, especially from a salary point of view, that people are looked after. But I must add that the psychological effects of the 3 years of not putting performance bonuses, we see them. And we're not blind to them as the board. We receive, and the CEO and her team are feeling the brunt of it every day. So we are also, because of that, we've lost very key staff personnel at the SABC to our competitors. I don't need to convince you, honorable members. So if you think from a news point of view, I'll make that example, news point of view. The Pay TV decided to have a channel in Zulu and Xhosa news. Bulk of our very highly experienced people left and went there because they're paying salaries that we cannot pay. Our editor, that was our on-air person, Imran, what's her name? Iman Rapeti, just to give you an example. She loves the SABC with her heart. You see it, but because of our financial situation, she has to go to greener pastures. So we are consistently trying to find innovative ways. The CEO, hard on her, very hard on her, to say find solutions because we need to retain talented people. We cannot lose the pool of people that we have. But I must commend the interventions that have been done recently, that bringing in young people at the SABC, because we have a workforce that has been there for a while. SABC is the training ground of the broadcasting space. So a lot of young people, they take a big cohort of interns, starting off as junior producers, just to make sure there's credible news on let's say on SAFM. They go on a hunt, the HR team, they go to universities such as Rhodes that are known for journalism. I read the reports, so that go for journalism. They go to institutions that are new, that have just come, like the red and yellows, to go and recruit. But now you have this, that because young people are very ambitious, SABC salaries are stagnant sitting here. What happens to them? They leave as well. They go, they open their own podcasts, very talented young people. So for the SABC, it's almost like a moving parts each and every time from an HR point of view. But we really, there are mistakes that happen, but we have tried in this regard with tough decisions being made. I don't know, Sue, you want to add something?
Thank you, DC. I think you've covered it. But, to Honorable's point, any organization, its its foundation is its employees. And SABC employees are very committed to the SABC. And they've been extremely resilient under some very trying circumstances to what the DC was talking about in terms of the 3-year salary freeze, etc. Despite losing talent, but we are seeing talent staying with the SABC because there's an appreciation of the audiences in which they serve. Because the reality is that as talent in South Africa, there is no bigger access than the SABC gives you on a daily basis. If you're on Metro FM on a drive time show, there's no other radio station that's going to give you the numbers that you're going to be attracting. So there's that recognition as well. So to that point, one of the key things that has taken place this year has been HR policy reviews that we've taken in front of the board to ensure that they enable us to attract and retain very good talent. We were talking earlier about being sustainable for the future. In order to enable sustainability, you need the resources, the human resources to do it. You need the right talent. So we've developed a strategy that really looks at the right person at the right place at the right time. We've identified key job families that we need to develop in order to be sustainable and compete, which is critical. But, Honourable, I think what's important is that despite the challenges that we are having, even in terms of the Yanda review, we are going to be undergoing a process where we are reviewing our salary increases. I'm not able to talk on the quantum in this sitting, but it's something that we're looking at. But for us, it's not just about the rands. In terms of just salaries, there's other opportunities that have been presented to us for us to enhance the total cost to company for our employees that the CFO and the HR team have been looking at. So there will be some good news coming through. It's never enough. I think it's important for me to say that. But I think what's going to be important is that the goodwill will be shown by the organization to its employees. And one of the key things I'd like to say before I hand over back to you is that we are really indebted to SABC employees as the board, as management, and we really recognize their commitment to the sustainability of the organization. SABC works 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I think it's very important to recognize that. And it's a critical institution, and therefore we cannot undermine the work that its employees do. We are about to go into the local government elections. If you didn't have the SABC covering those elections, South Africa's democracy would be compromised. I think it's critical. You said earlier about the 45% unemployment rate. If the SABC is not there to inform and to educate voters, in terms of voter education, in terms of access, there is no other broadcaster that can be able to do that with the type of reach and plurality that we offer to South African audiences. Thank you, Honourable.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to close off with a comment. I have appreciated this engagement, and I say I do commend the board and the staff for the turnaround that's happened. And I just think it's quite unfair that staff, customers, everybody paying for the sins of the fathers, and there are quite a lot of sins that have happened in the past. And I think somehow we need to get the funding model right for the SABC so it can keep operating.
All right, thank you. Deputy Minister wanted to say something.
Thank you. Just a little bit, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think maybe one needs to make this point that the cost benefit of funding SABC in favor of the benefit, it's a no-brainer. That's why the department and Treasury are sustained in engagement. Sometimes I ask them, and I repeat it today, one of the challenges sometimes when you talk with the bureaucrats is that sometimes you need to write down the cost of not doing it. And I can tell you, I still believe if a case can be made of the cost of not doing it, especially in the state of our country as it is now, maybe us as politicians can look at it differently. Look at the future-proofing, the need to invest in digital infrastructure, to their general capex. if there is no investment urgently in that area, a lot of efforts they are making may be in vain, because you need that infrastructure to compete with people who are actually competing with that infrastructure, because there's speed, there's quality of information, there's a latency and all those kind of things. If you don't have those things in a very broad way through investing in that infrastructure, SABC is in trouble. But the point is, it will be the unfortunate reward to people who are committed like this. Since they took over, hired a GCO, if you can look at the direction SABC is taking in spite of these difficulties. I'm saying I'm making that case, we are making it, and I'm inviting all of us to make it together.
So you're asking us for money, in other words. Look, so a couple of things I'd like to say, and I'm going to give each of the members the opportunity to ask a few questions. I'll take one half and then the other half, because I do need us to finish on time. I think I am a big believer in saying things simply, and sometimes accounting language can be lost. The SABC is not able to fund its mandate in full. It doesn't make enough money to meet the basic requirements of that mandate. As a consequence, it is taking shortcuts on equipment that it needs, on people that it needs. It's not able to acquire the best people for its programs. The state of its buildings compared to its competitors is shocking, which says to me it's not even able to do proper maintenance of those buildings, let alone renovations to the standard that you want. Anybody who goes to Prime Media, goes to all of these other places, if you go to the SABC after going there, you feel like you've gone back in time by decades. And I think what I hear at least some of the members saying is that we need to make a decision, and the decision from a policy perspective that needs to be made by both the government and by Parliament. Either the SABC gets the capital, access to the capital it needs, or we narrow its mandate. We cannot have things both ways. We cannot. That's the long and the short of it. Let's not beat around the bush. I think the number for the unfunded mandate is about 7.5 billion, and that is in the current year. And that 7.5 billion means there are things that you are either not doing or you're taking money from other critical areas of the institution. That is going to collapse in on itself. You cannot continue like that, I think, for another 24 months before it collapses anyway. So it is unsustainable. And one of the, and Deputy Minister, you're going to have to engage with both your minister as well as the finance minister, but it's also a question that Parliament has to grapple with as well. Because what's also clear from the last few months is that there is very little appetite to fund more things. Generally, there is very little appetite to fund more things. And we face a situation where several institutions won't meet their mandate and might collapse in and of themselves, might collapse in on themselves. So I'd just like to put it like that. There's a lot of accounting language that has been used here, which kind of, it puts the picture in a way that is tolerable. But actually, we are not going to have a public broadcaster for long if we carry on, even with the improvements in governance. And so I want to thank you for that, because we often see a lack of consistency in improving the governance. And I think the consistency is there. We need to get to that clean audit, but I also recognize that when you're not able to pay your bills, you accumulate interest and so on, and then it becomes a non-compliance in and of itself. So anyway, there are some policy decisions to be taken quite clearly here, Minister. Otherwise, you can't continue calling these things an auditing problem when they are a policy problem. That's the long and the short of it. So yesterday I started on my left. I'm going to start on my right today. I'm going to give Honorable Mente, Honorable Madlala, Honorable Isaac, please, a few questions. May I ask, colleagues, I know you're passionate about the things. Your answers are long. Please stick to the question and answer. I know, especially when it comes to money, I can see how much it stresses you. It stresses us too, as you have seen, but let us stick to, and I'll ask similarly of the members, so that we can leave here before 6 o'clock. Otherwise, we're going to be here for long. Thank you, Honorable Mente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once more, now good afternoon. Again, it's Ntombuvio Mente, a member of parliament deployed by economic freedom fighters. Now, I think we all now have dealt with the matter of asking yourself a question, what can be done differently? And I think you have figured out what is it that you have to do, because the question that everyone has in the country is, why do we pay so much to other broadcasting corporations that are rendering services on a monthly basis? Then our people are paying to your competitors to consume whatever is on TV, yet SABC is failing to produce the level of content that the people want to consume. So those differences of what is it that you provide and what is it that is provided by your counterparts, I think you have figured it out, and also how to fund it. But my problem then becomes, Chair, the level of governance. We will agree, just like the Chair have narrated already, that in the very near future, we will not be having a public broadcaster if we continue at this trajectory. But the problem is governance. Are we not going to be here in the next 2 years with the very same approvals being subject of mismanagement? Hence, earlier on, I was asking a question of risk assessment and how to curtail such risks. We've already seen how the problem of contracts are drawn and how they are passed. Again, I'm going to pose that question in terms of our governance strategy. How are we doing at SABC? Because I am not satisfied, Chair. Earlier on, there was a question about consequence management on the transactions that were investigated before some ended up with the SIU. These were signs of a lack of governance, because it had to take other institutions of the state to do the work which the SABC board, the management, and everyone should have done, and should have identified the shortfalls, should have identified the corrupt individuals, should have saved SABC of all the losses that it has suffered. Now, we don't want a situation where we are going to sit, Deputy Minister and the Minister going to Cabinet to make proposals in terms of what you are crying about on the PFMA, which we all agree. But we need to also have laws that will kind of like protect the citizens, because competitive bidding was drafted simply because we didn't want a situation where certain individuals will have business with the state and others will be excluded on the basis that they don't have proximity to leadership. They don't have proximity to politicians and all of that. So even if it's an idea that is pitched to you, You don't have to necessarily expose the actual idea, but there should be a system which seeks to open up that can we get proposals for new shows. Then you know you have opened up for everyone, and then you start choosing. But to say someone pitched to us a very brilliant idea, that's well and good. But who else knows I can come and pitch an idea to SABC and get the job? So those are the kinds of things we really need to look into, because where many people do have ideas, but they don't have proximity to leadership. They don't have exposure to information. There is a public broadcaster that can take their ideas, which is hungry for their ideas, but they don't know how to get those ideas. There are no road shows to the deepest rural areas to ask people there, what is it that you can provide or you can offer to the SABC to be different? We have never done that. Yet there's an idea that there are things that can make the SABC different being brought by individuals. So let's just try to curb a situation which is going to land us in court simply because you didn't tell me. I will also take you to court. We can't find you with 10 people with new ideas, yet I've never known that SABC is looking for ideas. So some other things, as much as they look good, they are also disadvantaging a huge constituency of South Africa that is also hungry to work with SABC. Then the other one is, again, on the consequences. When the CEO responds to the question of people who resign at the peak of investigation, whether by SIU or by SABC or whoever, and then she says, no, there was not enough evidence to chase whoever left. But the fact that the person is living at the peak of an investigation, that on its own is a red flag. So there should be a system of not allowing things to just be. As much as everyone has a right to resign when they don't feel happy, but that right to resign is forfeited when there's a question, or rather there's a transgression to answer under your department. Whether at the end of the day you are going to be cleared, you must first answer your question. We can't have massive corruption of security tenders, equipment tenders that are questionable under your department, and then you are resigning, you are leaving. Yet the SABC is in court trying to set aside contracts that were signed in your department. Then you have a leeway to resign because you have a right. There's no such a thing. You can have that right, but there should be a system that is in place in order to not allow people off the hook. They can't resign at the peak of investigation. And I want to understand what then is a system in place at SABC to look after such occurrences. And then on your annual report, there's something disturbing on post-employment medical aid benefits. I would like to get an explanation on that. So if you were, I take it if you were an employee of SABC, then when you leave with certain benefits. Yet the very same SABC can't hire new people, but it's paying people that were at SABC. That's my understanding. So I'd like you to clarify that. And if there is any other post-employment benefits, what are those? Who qualifies to get them? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the delegation. I think I'll ask one or two questions and then I'll make a few statements. Well, the first question is, if I understand correctly, the acting CFO, we have an acting CFO. How far is the process of filling that position? And I believe that it's been vacant since last year. We are in May. I just want clarity in terms of when are we getting a permanent position there? The other question relates to, there was an issue of outdated policies raised by the SIU. How far are we in terms of dealing with that? Do we have a full comprehension of the number of policies that are being updated? By when do we expect to have updated all of them? I think that's a human capital, expert area to try and align accordingly. The third question is in relation to the targets. I think that question was answered, but I'm still not convinced. We're at a 52% rate in terms of achieving our own targets. And I think part of the responses that I had related to the inability to fund certain targets. And if that situation remains unchanged, it means that we are made to accept an explanation that we may encounter the same problem in future of being unable to meet the targets. Maybe it's a question of the mandate versus the capital injection towards meeting the targets. But I more concise to say that, look, we're never going to meet these targets. I like Zulu. I'm from KZN, so I like Zulu, not even English, to say, look, with these targets we have, with the capital that we have, we're never going to meet them. So don't expect a change in the next audit cycle. Just know that we don't have the financial muscle to meet them. If that is the case. If that is not the case, then what would be different in future in terms of ensuring that we meet those targets? The issue of the improvement also, I think we've been dealing with it in terms of many state institutions that come before us. Generally across, it looks like we're measuring all progress against the bare minimum. There's very less productivity happening everywhere. Less compliance, more MIs and all of that. And then we do not measure ourselves in terms of what are the expected deliverables. So we'd say that, look, last year we got a disclaimer, so this year we got a qualified audit, so we're doing well. And I think we're really not, pushing ourselves hard enough. So my question is, are we, when we speak of the improvements that we see within the entity, from an honest point of view, are we measuring ourselves against what we think is the ideal performance or what we set ourselves for, or just from where we come from, which is probably at a very basic level, because maybe we may be coming from a very dire state. But maybe as the last two comments, Chair, mindful of the time as well. I think the first thing that I'm hearing that the SABC is saying, over and above what you just explained, is the fact that the SABC feels that it has been failed by this government in terms of the regulatory environment to assist it to become more viable, up to this far at least, to ensure that it creates an environment where legislatively it is permitted to operate in a manner that it would wish to. And you are saying, Chair, that it may not run even past the next 24 months unless one of the two things changes between the mandate and probably the capital injection. And I think that's a serious statement that we must be able to say it up front, because we need the entity to be alive, and if we do not deal with the fundamental issues around it, we may miss the plot. The second issue is, I would really like, over and above the minimum standards that you spoke about earlier, Chair, in terms of what would be the expectations to prevent favoritism and all of that. What would be the basic things that people would need to meet? Just a full picture of the future, of SABC. I think having sat here for some hours, I don't have it in my head. There's quite a number of issues. There's a legislative framework side of issues that needs to be dealt with. There's an ever-evolving environment with other competitors, private sectors that exist. And I would not want us to focus on fixing one thing only to find that after we've fixed it, we may end up in the same situation. So at least we must be able to create a picture in a page, in a diagram, to say, look, if we address the legislative framework here, and we address the issue of whatever private other participants and all of that, we can then be able to say in the next 10 years we'll see an institution of the future, because technology is an ever-evolving space as well. So we need to be able to keep up with that. The last part is maybe as a comment again, which was very unsettling for me, is in relation to this thing that there's middle people. So big corporates in this country, we know that there's a very high appetite to protect them for whatever interest. So you've got a big corporate making money out of South Africans, which then decides that it may not want to advertise with a public broadcaster. It is going to give some middlemen rights to determine who it is going to advertise with. And that process cannot be interrupted. But the SABC must then follow behind and try to conform and find ways in which it gets access to that revenue. I find that very unsettling, because unfortunately, you know, to some extent, we have relinquished our responsibility as government, as a developing state, to private capital to ensure that the society goes forward. But I think it's a space that needs to be seriously interrogated to an extent that private capital must understand their responsibility in also sustaining and funding public institutions for sustainability, because they benefit from them in the main. So you are getting more, an example, you are ShopRite, you are getting more money from the poor people of this country who buy from you every day, but then you want to give it to some private agents to then decide who you are going to advertise with, and not a public broadcaster with over 26 million. And the public broadcaster now must follow that, you know, in the reverse order and try to access your revenue. I think that we need to deal with. We need some decisions in government to say, to what extent do we regulate especially the big corporates, their advertising capital? How do we ensure that we regulate the space such that they are able to inject into the public broadcaster and other, you know, public institutions for sustainability? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, colleagues. Appreciate that certain parties are beginning to realize that government is relinquishing you know, certain things to private capital, so it's the only way to go. With due respect, yeah. He's my colleague, so not to worry. Deputy Minister, with due respect and to our colleagues, I think we take cognizance of the fact, based on what I see here in front of me, is that the entity continues to operate at a loss, which is really injustice to the taxpaying citizens of this country, you know. And I think Honourable Beasley somewhat covered the issues that I wanted to interrogate, you know, in terms of you know, your operational expenses. I mean, we admit, and you see that your operational expenses are way out of line compared to your income. And this is obviously causing a huge issue in terms of cash flows. And what is the current standing of your cash flow right now? I don't know. You know, so it is definitely problematical. So what I want to understand is, scribbled a few notes, and a lot has been covered, so I'm not going to be reiterating what has been covered. But the issue on the fact that I get the impression, I speak for myself here, that based on this report, your internal audit risk committee, again, let us be honest and realistic, it seems to be totally dysfunctional. Why I say that? You might take offense to why I say that. But you realize so much over the many years that have passed now on the OAG to come and have to correct and point out issues from year to year to year. So to what extent, Deputy Minister, I mean, is this, and DG, is your audit risk committee, I mean, being effective? And I ask that based on the reports that I see. It's not something that I'm thumb-sucking, okay? And then finally, I just want to check one question. There was this issue of you guys having, I think, the digital projects. The digital projects, was it, if I'm correct? Yeah. I mean, they were not implemented, right? But what happened? What happened then to the funds that were originally allocated for these projects? I just want a short, concise answer to that. And then, Chair, yeah, the rest of my learned colleagues have covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maduna.
No, thanks, Chair. I will try and be short as well. No, Chair. I think we should enter firstly on the issue that is just raised by Honorable Isaac. I think also I'm worried that even this unqualified audit opinion, you only received it after you infected, after the audit adjustments. So it means then you prepared financial statements that were not in line with the prescribed financial reporting standards and other applicable acts. That's what, Chair, this basically means. Because the unqualified audit opinion, we all agree that you only got it after AG would have raised certain issues and then you had to effect some material adjustments in order for you to receive that unqualified audit with findings. So it gives a worry, really, because according to my knowledge, I think at first you prepare 6 months financial statements that must be audited by internal audit, also go through the proper channels. Also the year-end financial statements that also go for a review by internal audit, and as well as receive comments from audit committee members. So my first question would be that, did the financial statements before they were submitted to AG go through this process? Because really, I don't think that if AG could, or if they did, is it an issue of capacity or what? Because I do not think we should be paying people, including the audit committee members, if they could not provide comments or could not pick errors in your financial statements. That's what. Secondly, Chair, Chair, I'm worried on the answer regarding the performance management. Yes, you are at 52% now. But I went through the previous financial year reports, and if you do a proper comparison, I'm just going to make an example with one target. I just want to make a comparison with something that doesn't need money for you to do. On goal A, where they speak about the workforce that is fit for purpose. In 2021, they had a performance. They wanted to implement a performance management system, which they wanted all their employees to sign performance contracts. Their target was 100%. They did not achieve it. I'm just making a one typical example. In 2022, they also did not achieve it. I've just lost it. In the financial year of 2022, they also did not achieve it, and that did also in 2022 their target was 95%, so they've dropped the target, but they also did not. They only achieved 1.5%. In 2023, the same thing. I just want to make one example on this performance management system issue, so that in 2023, quickly, I think it's around page 28 of the report. In 2023, Chair, the target remained 95%, they made 60%, they also did not achieve it. 2024, in 2024, Chair, they also did not achieve it, but they nearly did. Quickly, just gonna open it. No, that's directors' remunerations. Yeah, but Chair, in a nutshell, so that in the interest of time, they also did not achieve it. So to just make sure that people sign their contracts doesn't need money. This is not the only target. There are about 7 targets. And I think also what I've noticed from one financial year to the next financial year, what the management of SABC, I think also with the board, I don't know how you took this decision. Perhaps you can just enlighten us. I noticed that most of your targets, you've been dropping them. For instance, the partnership that you were intending to make with other radio stations, in the previous 3-4 financial years, they were about 8. In another one, they were about 14. I think this year, they were about 4. In 2024, they were about 4. So you made 5 partnerships. So you've been dropping your target. So I'm really worried about the quality of that 52% achievement of their performance, Chair. I think that was my second question. Thirdly, I wanted to check on the issue of we received your condemnation, your consequence management chart. Now, I wanted to check in everything that is there where you say the consequence management has been applied. Is there any instance where you recovered back the money that was spent, or all those, particularly those ones that relate to issues like I see that you've been dealing with service a lot, where you've been, I think mostly in the tenders is that they are above 30 million, but the subcontracting was not there as a condition for the tender. Now, I noticed that you've worked with them and the remedial actions taken. So I would like to understand, perhaps, what are these remedial actions that you have taken in, particularly on those contracts, not the old one, particularly on those contracts, like those contracts that you had, for instance, your IT web in 2025, because I think it's still continuing, Jay. They still have payments that they make without contracts and all that. So I think we really need to speak about the government, around the government of SABC, because to me it doesn't make sense how to make payments to someone that you don't have contract with. I mean, that's just a very basic, simple principle. When someone's contract is about to enter, you must have a contract management system that alerts you 90 days before so that you can go on tender and appoint new people. Basic internal controls of a good, control environment with good and sound internal controls and general. And another thing I wanted to check. The management says that they take from OPEX to pay for some of their CAPEX, I think that is correct, commitments. Now, I'm asking myself, now, given that OPEX in its nature is what you need for you to run the organization, what plugs the gap? What plugs that gap that you leave? Assets that I think they were speaking about that you are looking into disposing. I want to check what type of assets are these assets and perhaps the value of the assets. Because we don't want SABC one day to be a nutshell. We have seen in this country that at some point you had an SAA that sold all its aircraft. Today is struggling and list them back. So we don't want when in our future we're being judged that we're part of, we oversee that. So that's why I'm asking what type of assets are those. Lastly, Chair, on the going concern issue, I think as much as my colleague would have asked, and I would have appreciated a more direct answer, like to say a no or yes without government, so that because I think my colleagues would have came up. We were already. That's why it's good to have young people already brainstorming some of the funding models that you can have. We were speaking about it outside a deputy minister, that really you have people in the country who are running big business, who are getting sales from our people, but they are not doing anything for SABC. We can develop a legislation that they are forced to advertise, or a certain percentage of their advertisement must be with the public broadcast. So there are many ways in which we can do that. And lastly, I just want to check, given the issue, you know, in South Africa, or having the issue of unemployment lately, TM, I just want to check, in your board, do you have any non-South Africans? And perhaps in management, do you have anyone that is a non-South African? Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. No, we appreciate the presentation from the SABC, and we also appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation with the SABC leadership and the Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. I think firstly, I want to congratulate you for getting an unqualified audit with findings from Auditor General for the previous financial year, especially because the year before you got a disclaimer coming from 3 years of qualified audit opinion. You dropped to a disclaimer, but were able to rise and achieve an unqualified audit with findings. So we're hoping that in this current financial year, we are going to get a clean audit. That's what we are hoping for. And secondly, we also appreciate the fact that you were able to significantly and consistently reduce your irregular expenditure in the past few years. That is commendable, and we think that we really appreciate if you can sustain that. Coming to just 3 questions from my side, because I think a number of questions, honorable members have covered them. In relation to the issue of Mafuku and Mjaeli, security companies, where Mafuku was appointed instead of Mjaeli, well, we know the matter has been ventilated a number of times in this committee from the AGSA perspective and from the SIU perspective. But even today in your presentation, I think you reflected on it and the court processes that relate to it. But I just want to find out that when you sit down and look at the matter, do you see this as a result of weaknesses that you have in your SCM processes, or it was just pure corruption? It was just an act of pure corruption. Just want to find out, when you look at this particular matter where a wrong security service provider was appointed, and then the one who has scored enough and a highest point was overlooked. When you look at it and analyze it, do you see it as an occurrence of a result of weaknesses within your supply chain management processes, or it was just a pure act of corruption? My second question is with regards to the declining revenue from TV licenses. I want to check if there's a correlation between the declining revenue on TV licenses and the viewership. Because what I want to know is whether the people who are no longer paying their TV licenses, are they doing so because they are obviously no longer viewing SABC? Or these are two separate matters that are not related? People are still viewing SABC, but they choose not to pay their TV license. Is there any correlation between the declining revenue on from TV licenses and the viewership. When you make an analysis, is there any correlation on the two? My last question, I think the group CEO indicated that SABC is broadcasting in all official languages, and of which I agree with her on that. But I just want to raise a concern, especially with regards to TV, to SABC TV. I think I see very little content from some of the official languages. And I don't know what is the reason for that. So if I have to talk about that and relate it maybe to the payment of TV licenses and the watching of the and the viewership of the SABC TV, I want to ask a question to say, how can you encourage, a group CEO, how can you encourage or motivate a person like myself who speak isiNdebele and who see very little content of isiNdebele on SABC, except for the news? How do you encourage a person like myself to continue viewing SABC and to continue paying his TV license? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Deputy Minister, your team here, and Chairperson and my colleagues. I have two questions that are follow-ups to two of my colleagues here. And the one is, I'm going to go back to the labour issues that that you have. Is it correct that as of April, the salary negotiations have been unresolved, that there are stalled wage negotiations? And how is that going to affect your operations? I think we heard from previously with regards to wellness of your staff. You have challenges in Limpopo, and I think that is quite commonly known in social media with regards to that, and that there are some areas which we've heard due to salary challenges that not everybody, some of the back pay had not been paid back. Then coming through to also a follow-up is the revised model. I did hear, I think from I'm not sure if it was the Deputy Chair of the Board or the CEO, was the revised model of collecting license fees from viewers. How do you see yourselves making that seamless change? I mean, you have somebody, and I'll use myself as an example. I have 29 Rand coming off my bank account every single month. For the past 25 years, it follows me all around. And that is your basic income, because if you look at that, you're looking at 800 million Rand a year, and looking at your projected figures here to be 3.6 billion. Now, that change, now that is your core income. What plans do you have, or will you take that into account? And I think I looked, I've made a note here, your risk assessment. Have you looked at the risk assessment with regards to that? Because that is income that I don't think I can get it off my bank account, because I wouldn't know how to do that in the sense of just blocking it. But for your basic, that is basic income that feeds SABC every single month. And that's quite a large sum of money if you're looking at 3.6 billion as you forecasted right up until 2027. And that would be a risk in your sense of your basic. It's like a basic income, which I would want you to have a look at that. And my last question, Chair, was I'm also trying to get my head around with the media space buying. I've also came from that industry, and on the 31st of December 1981, a product that I was working on flighted on your first switching on of 31st of December 1981. So from looking at, I was quite interested to know that the tables have turned, because normally you would instruct from the your ad agency as a company, you ask your ad agency to buy space. You know what you want to advertise for the year. Yes, they do go through a Prime Media or one of the others. Hence, normally they would come to you and say, I want prime time. I was a bit surprised that you would go. Obviously, you would go to collect the business, but are retailers and all of the companies out there still not trying to buy prime time on SABC? Because a lot of their products are still going to SATV2 and to those areas. Why would you have those challenges in the sense of, because you would tell as a retailer what you want from your agent, because it's the agents that buy the space. Have those agents also bought space and hold space from yourselves, and then use that for their clients? You know, because there are block bookings that I know, because if you have to launch a new product, or like, for instance, a big retail store launched now in an area that I was living in Ganubi, they would have come to look at every space, media space on TV to put that launch in. So the challenges that you were saying, I was trying to get my head around it, because we would want to advertise in your space, and we would want your prime time. So what is it that is not wanting the media houses not to go to you to knock on your door and say, I want this, I want that, make a plan, move, you know, can we buy that space out that is being held by another company that hasn't used it in that way? So because that is income generating from the advertising industry, and it's very important. And obviously those media houses know, because obviously they know their brands, they know which areas, and they do a lot of research. So then they would do that. But SABC is still probably one of the most important stations for marketing to the broader population. Oh, Chair, sorry, the last one. The last one was the analog. Okay, I just want to get my questions that I had worked out. The mandate of SABC is to make sure that you are able to give media to the population of South Africa. I mean, that is your mandate. And with the cancellation of the analog, how does that affect your mandate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I still want my radio to go shh when I'm looking for the next radio station. I still have one at home, the one that you like adjust a little bit, and then eventually you get the spot. Like, yeah, and you put it there with the PM9 battery. Yeah, I still have it. Yeah, I still have it. I do. Yeah, so now I worry that you'll just press a button and you lose the static. Sorry.
Chair, I don't want to think that this is why all the Afrikaners left for the USA. But one of the areas was that the SABC Afrikaans news suddenly disappeared from the screen. And that was, I think, a month ago. So I'm not sure if that was one of the reasons. Thank you.
No, there is an Afrikaans channel in the US.
Chair, let us just not use the all. Let us just say the car guards Africans left.
Oh, okay, members. This is going to go downhill. Let's stop it right there. Yes. Okay, may I ask that in answering? So you to theme, so basically questions that belong in the same. So you don't need to answer them by member sequence. Answer them by theme, so that you can deal with several members' questions within the same theme, and then move on like that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll attempt to answer some of the questions that are from a theme point of view, that are very straightforward. So, especially the questions around the SIU report, Chair, the questions around the Mafuku Jaheli matter, the question that was centered around corruption and related matters. This, and I'll couple that with the governance question. So, for starters, Chair, is that matter of Mafuku Jaheli has been found to be unlawful, right? However, the board of 2017 has appealed the matter. So, because it has been appealed, we're still awaiting, but it has been found to be an unlawful action. So the court has ruled on that. Then coupled with that, there was the question as to how we are dealing with, how strong are we in terms of governance. And I think the Auditor General has actually made a ruling as well in this regard, that consistently as the SABC, for the past at least 8 years, we've been at pains to try and put governance together to make sure that there are new policies that are introduced to ensure that we put internal controls that should be in place. We have effective delegations of authority that are put forth. But Chair, that's why I'm saying for us, we are confident that we have put those issues in place as the SABC. Then, Chair, that one was saying level of governance, and that's why I've linked it to that. Then, Chair, I think the other questions that are related to, and I always take the easy questions. I think the questions that are relating to the media buying and prime time, I think I always want to set the scene and contextualize it, that SABC has 3 channels, right? Our competitors, the ones that you see, have multiple channels, especially from a TV point of view. SABC can only sell and make money out of the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, can only make money in the morning, 6 to 9, in the afternoon, on radio, which is 3 to 6, on TV, 6 till 9. Those are the times that we make money. When you had the thing that said inventory, the other adverts that you are seeing going around, you'll see let's say, the insurance adverts. Those are the ones that keep the lights on. Those are happening outside prime time. So I just needed to bring that context.
Desmond Dube them. Desmond Dube and them.
Yes. So the shop rights only sell in those slots that I've put. So in order for the SABC, the question I think, remember, they asked in terms of media buying, how it used to happen in 1981. SABC is still in that era. So you have a program that, let's say, 6:30, Skim Sam, Amalanga Mapelu, whatever the Amalanga Fund, whatever program that is there, SABC is allowed in terms of regulations to sell within an hour, 13 minutes, 1-3. So each and every ad that goes there, SABC has to calculate which advert am I likely to make the most money from. It's 13 minutes within those 6 hours that I've calculated. As a result, the SABC, because the market is so competitive, even if it can try and get, let's say, the betting people are the people with money now. Everyone is doing sports bets, right? It's no longer ShopRite. Those people are spoiled for choice. They'll go to a YouTube channel, they'll go to wherever. So SABC has to always be the one when they meet with clients to demonstrate that I am able to give you the eyes that have money to buy your product, that are able to bet, which is a bad thing to say. So that is the part. I think then the other thing that I wanted to address is the issue of official languages. This is linked, Honorable Skosana, to the issues around legislative reform and regulatory reform. It's a very complex issue, where in South Africa, unfortunately, and I'll say this, it might not be a cool thing to say, unfortunately, because languages are rated in terms of X number of people speak isiZulu, right? X number of people speak isiXhosa, X number of people speak Afrikaans, Ndebele, Spade, whatever. SABC then receives what is called quotas, right? That on a given program, especially for purposes of television, this is the amount of quota that you can dedicate to this language. That is how it is. As a result, when you look at our regulatory reports, we pass muster because of how languages are designed in South Africa. It is not the SABC, no, I say disrespecting languages within the South African context, but it's about trying to meet all the requirements for languages because of how languages are. Then I think linked to that, you say, how do we encourage you to pay your TV license? I know CEO is going to speak a lot to this, Chair. There is no new person, like a young person, that is buying a TV license. So all of us sitting here, so my TV license is with my husband, unfortunate. Other people, their TV licenses are with their mothers. So you'll find that your children are using your TV license to buy TV. So there is the market for TV license. It's the same people. The people that were paying from day one are the same people that are paying today. The people that have not paid from day one are the people that are not paying today. So if you've decided, let's say 2001, that you're going to have a TV and you use your mother's TV license because you're staying with her, you move out of her house, you never pay the TV license. So it's the same, I'm honest with you, it's the same pool of people that are paying the TV license at the SABC. And then you asked about content, how to get fresh, I think that was the question, how to get the fresh content. I believe, and because my mom is my source, I believe that SABC has the coolest content at this particular point, considering where it is. So for instance, when there is, no, you can laugh, Honorable Member. We are basing it on facts. We have a currency in the sector called REMS for radio, and then for TV, it's called TEMS. It tells you which are the most watched programs. Top 10, daily, whichever. SABC is there, right? So that currency is what will then say, oh, SABC, these are the properties that the SABC has in the top 5. We are proud of it. But does that translate to money in the bank? Because we have the eyes, we have the bums on the seat, but it's not translating to money. It's unfortunate, I think, Member Mende, that it is the reality that we are, I think the English say, you steal from Paul to rob Paul to pay Peter kind of thing. That is the reality that the SABC, we have to juggle priorities. So I'll allow the CEO to talk about analog switch off, how it has impacted us and set all those things, because she is on the ground, she knows it very well. CEO?
If you're one of the 49, you say you rob Swanepoel to pay Madlala.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, Chair, sorry. Maybe the last one. I think the question of... So, Chair, just before the CEO comes, I think I should change the issue of, there was a direct question on the hiring of the CFO. The vacancy has been around since November last year. We actually rehired the CFO that was there before this board. We rehired her, but she elected to leave 6 months later. I just need to put that on record because of other opportunities. Currently, what then we have found, we said, okay, because we need to rotate our, service providers to do the recruitment. Headhunters. We are intending to appoint, I'm saying we, I mean SABC, to appoint, it was managed by the CEO, the headhunter by the end, end of June. No, May. Whichever period, I think whichever, yes.
This week.
But in June, we as the board, we had committed that we would have already started our interviews by June. And I don't want us to downplay. It's very difficult to get skilled people wanting to join the SABC at that level. That's why even we took the decision that we took. So you go through a series of interviews. You have different panels testing different things. It's not easy to just get a person for a CFO, for a CEO, for a COO at the SABC. And I guess maybe with other positions as well, but from the board point of view, those are the 3 positions that we're involved in. And it has been tough, even to get the CEO, it was tough. CFO, COO. So I just wanted to say we are committed to ensuring that the new CFO starts, but we want to make sure that SABC and South Africa gets the best candidate that qualifies. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair.
I know, Chair, you asked us to be short and sharp. So in terms of the analog switch off, the question was, what does it mean for SABC? I think what's critical is that when the SABC is unable to deliver its services to the vast majority of South Africans who need it, it means we're in breach from a constitution perspective. That's what's important, and that's why we keep on fighting to say we are in support of the migration. That is not under debate, but we are saying it must be done in a systematic manner. Because at the end of the day, the technology we're referring to has actually reached end of life. You know, it's sunset technology, and as South Africa, we need to progress to the latest technology. So that's not the debate whatsoever. And we are working very closely, obviously, with the department to ensure that that systematic migration takes place so that we don't lose audiences. Because if we lose audiences, we lose revenue. There was a discussion about the rate cards. We sell rate cards based on the strength of your audiences, and once those are diluted, you can't get the same revenue that you are intending to get. So that's a critical one. And then there was a question about the scientific correlation between TV licenses and viewership. There's no correlation between the two. And I think the Deputy Chair has spoken to the behavior around TV licenses to say actually it's the same people who've been watching, but the audiences on SABC don't directly reflect who's paying, because you still have the majority of the audiences, but yet the numbers coming through from TV licenses are quite tiny. Only 20%, less than 20% of South Africans are actually paying. So that's a critical consideration. And then I want to come into the labor issues that were asked, because that's a very important one. I think what's important is that we have been in continuous discussions with, from a labor perspective. It's been ongoing in terms of for a while. And what's important at the moment is that I'm just going to, if you can allow me, Chair, because I need to be systematic with this answer because it's an important one. And I'm going to talk to the current status. And I'm just going to reference in terms of the communication that we've had with the department, and I think subsequently with the Portfolio Committee on Communications, is that on the 31st of January, there's been various communications that have gone on with SABC, with labor. And I think what's important, sorry, my laptop is not performing. I'm not sure what's going on here. It keeps on jumping around. Okay. So to start with, we started the negotiations for the 24-25 salary increases on the 2nd of May 2024. And they kept on being postponed because labor as well, was not ready to really participate in those discussions. And I think what was important as well is that one of the key things that happened is that labor asked us to procure an independent chairperson for those discussions. So that process then went on, and it's something that has also kept us, we haven't really progressed that much. But I think what's important here is that that process then led us to a Section 150 at the SCCMA, which is where we are currently. And then the intervention was set down for the 31st of January 2025. On the date of the 31st of January 2025, the engagement took place with the two unions at SABC, which is CW and PEMAU, and it was facilitated by two senior commissioners from the CCMA. There was an issue in that discussion regarding the legitimate leadership of CWU, and which is something that is still ongoing as we sit here today. And so the long and short of it is, because of the Section 150 that is currently existing, we have been unable to really progress to finalize the salary increases. So the Section 150 is still there, and we need to overcome that in order for us then to progress to finalize the salary increases for this current year. It's important for me to point out, one, that we did pay 50% of the back pay last year, December, to the employees. So we take that matter as closed from a back pay perspective. What we need to focus on is basically in terms of going forward on that. But that matter is still outstanding. It's still sitting at the CCMA. I can't really speak, to the next steps on it, because we will be guided by those outcomes. So that's where we are from that matter. I would like the CFO to come in as well to talk about the audit, the comments related to the audit, if I may, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. First, to acknowledge and thank the various members who have expressed positive comments on the progress that the SABC has made. There were specific questions on the post-retirement medical aid and the quality of the audit. So as it pertains to the post-retirement medical aid, Honourable Mentor, as you'd appreciate, the SABC is an institution that has been in existence for about 88 years now, and we still carry the commitments of employment contracts that would have been implemented over that period. So with this specific benefit, it had been in existence in the SABC up to 2002. But because it's a post-retirement benefit, it will continue in existence until the members who were in the employment at that time have gone through their natural lives. It's part of the matters that we manage with our post-retirement pension fund. And there are other post-retirement pension funds. Similarly, we do have a defined benefit pension fund that has been in existence for a while. And for that, we still have members that are on it, and include the current employees on the defined benefit pension fund. There was an honourable member who asked about whether our financial statements do go through a review process. I can confirm that they do, and they were reviewed by internal audit and management. However, in the execution and the preparation of the financial statements, we do use, in this case, expert service providers, our actuarial evaluators, to value these post-retirement benefits that we are just discussing. And in this particular year, the service provider did provide misstated reports that, as management, we relied on, and it's a skill that we don't have internally. But once it was picked up, we did obviously correct the financial statements. And I would also want to put it to the committee that, as part of the consequence management, we did engage with the service provider and recovered the service that we had paid for the reports that did not meet the expected delivery quality. I'll hand back to the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go just to speak at a high level in terms of the SEM issues, in terms of the effectiveness of SABC's SEM, because it also speaks to governance matters. I think what's critical is that a lot of the matters that we are discussing actually happened in fact, a period 2 board, members ago. So it's quite it's historical issues. And I think one of the key things that has been pointed out is that over a period of time, we've really strengthened our internal controls. And you can see it in terms of just, if you look at the IE and the fact that it's gone down year on year, which is something that we've really focused on. But I think what's important is that from an SEM perspective, we really strengthened our SEM. We've centralized it because previously it used to be, it was all of, sitting in different departments within SABC. We've now got a very senior leadership that is responsible for SEM. We've also strengthened our 3-bid system to ensure that, there's checks and balances and there's internal controls when it comes to the process when we arrive at a decision. We've also established an SEM governance for technical support and audits, which is very critical. Quite a lot of the work at SABC goes throughout that. In fact, all of it goes through that process. What we've done as well is that we've automated quite a lot of our processes, because one of the key things where the risks come in is when everything is very manual. So there's a lot of automation that has come during this process. And what we've done is that we've also set aside programs for new ideas. So what we've gone is that we've gone in to really look at staff contributing their thoughts in how do we strengthen those internal controls based on their experiences as well. So that's very, very important. I think also one of the key things I need to, which I was saying earlier, is that most of our historical IEs had no losses. It's important to say that. And if there's, the committee would like more on that, we've got our head of SEM who can really talk to that. But a lot of it has no losses. But I think what's important is that, hence, earlier on when we were talking about the person who resigned, hence there has been a push to recovery, because there's genuinely nothing to recover, and everything is looked at on a case-by-case basis. It's not a generic exercise. So it's very thoroughly, to the CFO's point, we're very intentional. Hence, sometimes we take longer from a consequence management perspective because we need to ensure that we're being effective. So that's very important that I speak to that. Then coming back to talk to content, which is really a very critical one. There's different models in which we utilize for content acquisition. We talked about unsolicited bids and the ability for us to accept those bids, and hence going back to saying the PFMA must allow us and must give us an indulgence on that. But I think what's important on that is that is not the only way that we do that, So we have a VE exemption, which is what we call it, video entertainment exemption, that came from Treasury to allow us actually to engage in those unsolicited bids. Because like we say, an idea belongs to an individual. So there is that part as well. But what we do as well is that we've got a portal which is highly publicized on all our 19 radio stations, on TV, etc., which is how all creatives can submit their responses to SABC. And that is available throughout the year. At any given time, anybody can upload their ideas onto that portal, and it goes through a process internally that has been set up, and then where we end up engaging with the owners of those submissions and deciding. A lot of the content that you see, by the way, currently, it's not unsolicited bids. They've gone through that process. It's very important. It's just that we're saying, if you're going to have a portal like the SABC Plus, which really requires a lot of content, at some point that is not agile enough for you. You need to think outside of that. We take into consideration the idea about the road shows. It's something that we'll take back to SABC, because we haven't really been going out lengths and breadths of South Africa from a roadshow perspective, but that's something that will bake in on any roadshow that we have, and we do quite a lot of roadshows with the department, for example. That's something that we'll bring in terms of an opportunity. And then just going back to the 5-year strategy, because that's important. The 5-year strategy really speaks to the competitive environment and the opportunities available to the SABC. It's very comprehensive, and Chair, I'm afraid it's not going to be possible, and I have to be honest, to really speak through the strategy in this setting, because it's quite a lengthy document that we've presented to the department and to the portfolio committee. And if there is an interest for the committee for us to come back to have that engagement, it's something that the SABC is available to doing. It's very comprehensive. And out of that 5-year strategy, that's where we derive our annual corporate plan. So that strategy exists, and it does address, it's very robust, it's highly interrogated, And it's something that we would come back to discuss with the portfolio committee. But I think what's important as well is that we always say that our 5-year strategy as well, we're very careful about the document, because it's one of those things where you're giving away all your secrets to your competitors to read and know your exact next move. So it's another thing. So we're very careful in terms of how we communicate it, but we will be very happy to come and at a high level have that discussion with the with SCOPA. Just seeing if there's other questions I haven't answered.
The disappearing of the African news.
Oh, I thought that was a tongue-in-cheek from the member in terms of disappearing of the Afrikaans news. And I think the chair did try and help us answer that. That was an internal error. I think it's important to recognize that Afrikaans is the third most spoken language in South Africa. You know, and as SABC, we are very much aware of that. It was genuine. It was a genuine error, and I know when it's reported in the media, it doesn't look like that, but it was. And how was it an error? It's because the news team was there to present, but unfortunately, when they were looking at the breaks and were getting ready to come in for the news, they realized it wasn't on the schedule, and it's something that we've dealt with internally from a consequence perspective, in terms of decision making. And it in no way sends a message that Afrikaans is not important to the SABC. It's a very important language. In fact, we are strengthening. I'm listening to the members on the other side. We need to remember that Afrikaans is spoken by a very diverse society in South Africa. You know, you can go to Hammanskraal and there's people there who speak proper Afrikaans. You know, so we need to remember that. Yeah. So that's where we are with that, Chair. In fact, we're strengthening some of that content going forward. You will see it going towards August, where you're starting to see new content coming in. And I think what's important as well, I think there was a question that talked about how is it that we are, you know, the other broadcasters from a content perspective are seen to be better than us. And I think the Deputy Chair answered some of that. But if I can leave this band, is that we're in the content business. That's really what we're competing with. We're competing for audiences. We're competing for audiences whose behaviors have changed. How I watch content when I was 15 and how 15-year-olds watch content is not the same. You know, so that's very important. And as the SABC, hence we are looking at it from a multi-audio, multi-visual perspective. We are no longer talking about a TV. And hence, member, when you were asking about TV license, that's why we're talking about a new funding model, because the TV is dying in its traditional model, but the screen is very much alive and well. You know, so therefore, if we say that we are looking for a funding model for the SABC, we need to think outside of the traditional thinking, where we're thinking about audiences that are digital natives and think about how they consume content. And I think that's really the most important one. And I'm hoping, Chair, that we have answered a lot of the questions in terms of the themes that were put in front of us.
All right, thank you very much. I have a request to make. So there is that universe of media buying agencies and aggregators and so on, vis-a-vis. So I don't want to be a witness in my own meeting. I'm gonna ask you to make a written submission, because the extent of the buying extends to social media platforms and so on. If every organization were to hire people to do that, they would have huge marketing teams, media buying teams. So there is a need for it as an area of competence that people have taken that gap to do it. However, we kind of need to assist the committee with enough information to make sense of whether the right decisions are being taken in that universe or not. So can you please basically explain the issues from your end? But there's the other side of it, which is what the clients are trying to solve, the potential clients are trying to solve, and how big that space is, because that's what we don't have here as a context, and that is, for a media buying agency, it's everything. it's all the TV channels, it's all the YouTube channels, it's Facebook, it's social media, it's TikTok, it's Instagram. So it just keeps getting, then it's community radio stations and so on. So you're talking about thousands of sports on any given day. And there are people who've got this data down to a T. And they know who's got what slot where, and it's just easier to go to those people to solve the problem. So there is a need for it, but we need to provide that information to the committee. So that's one. The second thing, please take note of this. We're not the portfolio committee on communication. So there is a specific reason why we need this information, and it is this: it's the financial sustainability issue. Right? It's a commercial growth and sustainability issue vis-a-vis the mandate. Could you provide us with a couple of pages, because there are potentially policy considerations anyway with regards to how much of your revenue base is eroded by the big digital aggregators, your Facebook, your Google, as the two really big ones, because everybody complains about them, and the country's policy framework is underdeveloped from that perspective. So, for instance, in Australia, Facebook and Google have to give up some of their revenue for public because they take away that space. Right? They monetize everybody else's content without the production costs that go with it. So, can you just provide us with insights, particularly? So the facts are really important. How big is the revenue in that space, right? Because given that they don't have the production costs at all, how big the revenue is in that space. And so that we can also think about what our discussions with the Communications Portfolio Committee look like. So that's the second piece of information. The third piece of information that we would like to have is basically just send to the committee which components of your operational expenses are now too close to the cliff. So in other words, if you continue eroding that in order to fund your mandate, you're going to get into trouble. And also, which areas of your mandate, as a consequence of the financial issues, you are now getting close to non-compliance with legislation as well. So that's the crunch that needs to be resolved, I think, one way or another between government and parliament. Someone has to do something. We can't shout at the problem. It's not going to go away. So if you can provide that. And the final thing, which is an ongoing conversation between us, so there is a set of issues, and if you can provide this, it's now middle of May, if by the middle of, in fact, complete this audit that is taking place now for 2024-25, complete that audit. Therein, you will know whether you've closed the gaps between this audit that we're looking at and this one, right? I know that that's prior to kind of the tabling of the audit, but we're also trying to close the gap so that we don't speak a year later like we are now. So we will need around September. A set of kind of key areas of non-compliance and risks and the steps that you're taking in order to address them. So we don't want the full audit outcome. This is so that when you come back for the 2024-25 audit, the committee is sufficiently appraised of where you are. We don't try and catch up. And the interviews I have with your news colleagues get very frustrating for me because they think what we were discussing happened last week. And I always have to start by explaining what it is. So, but don't try not put the committee in the same position. So please catch us up. We want to know how you're doing, where are the gaps and so on, so that when we talk to you, we're as up to date as possible about the audit outcomes. I hope that's helpful. Okay, so the first segment is written submissions to explain things further for the committee members. The second one is just this update that the committee is going to need. The last one is we may take you up on that strategy. I understand you can't just put your strategy out. However, we'll see what we can do in terms of where we go with our oversight program as well, and maybe we might want to pay you guys a visit, and then we can have a conversation. Also get to see the buildings and the facilities and so on. But thank you. We've run. Sorry. Okay. Honourable Member.
Uxolo, Chair. I wanted to just send a warning, because the CEO said, in fact, claimed that there are no losses on the IEs. There may be that, but there's something which rubs all of us the wrong way. A wrong constituted BAC is an irregularity. A wrong allocation of points is an irregularity. Inflating prices and lying about them is an irregularity. So there may be no material loss, but the configuration and the constitution of the committee, which then allows that particular service provider to operate, was wrong, which by design, then it means you gave my friend a job knowing they will do it, but they were not qualifying to get it. So the end doesn't justify the mean. If the mean is wrong, the end is wrong. Thank you. So that list as well, Chair, as you're counting, of these IEs which don't have losses, can we have it?
Okay. All right. So can you do that as well in your written submission to the committee? Thanks, Honourable Member. Okay, Honourable members, thank you very much. It's been a long session, but thank you very much for your participation. Honourable Deputy Minister, DG, Chair of the Board, Chief Executive, and all your colleagues from SABC and from the department, thank you very much. We adjourn.